Greetings from our side of the world, ladies and gentlemen. We are live for the PUBG Mobile Clash of Giants Season 3 Southeast Asia Preliminaries. On the mic, yours truly, Pika, joined by the one, the only Sir Cloud. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great, and it is such an honor staying beside you, Tito Pika. Yeah, someone taught me to say Tito, so I'm
face.
just following the rules here, okay?
Yeah, you don't make them. You don't make them, all right?
But yes, it is a new season, ladies and gentlemen, and this season it will be bigger and better from the previous season. We'll feature some of the best around Southeast Asia, South Asia, and well, maybe a little bit further region in which we'll reveal later.
Yeah, that's going to be very exciting because, of course, for the entirety of this year, Clash of Giants has been known to create moment after moment of PUBG mobile action. Now, I was here last season, Season 2 was already a banger. Now, we have some teams here who are returning, some of them who are kind of fresh off the bat, and some of them who are just here to enjoy the action as we go. Now, Sir Cloud, you've been in the scene for quite a hefty amount of time. What's your biggest expectation for Season 3?
Well, I think teams be giving their all in Season 3, looking at the success of teams from the season, especially when there's this big, beautiful, gorgeous trophy up
Oh my
for grabs.
gosh.
Of course, the prize pool is one thing, but getting your hands on a trophy, that is something else.
Now, that's infinite bragging rights, as we always say. Whenever you enter a season and exit the season, it's always something else for you to hold that trophy up high. But here, this is what we were talking about, Sir Cloud. We're gonna go with our original point system here, especially for the placement, where the first placer of every match gets 10, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 in succession, all the way to 8th place. Unfortunately, below 8th place, we're not gonna have any more points to give.
Yeah, but what we're gonna give is the moolah. Total price of $20,000 up for grabs, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, this is a hefty amount, I must say, especially considering that this is a season tournament. With this sort of prize pool up for grabs, think about Christmas presents.
Oh man, yeah, you can't go wrong with that. And I thought I needed to rub my eyes a little bit with that prize pool because that is amazing. It is crazy high. But again, it's all about the pride here. Now, these are the rules that we have here for the preliminaries, folks. Now, these teams that we already have here, they're a mix of people who qualified, who were invited, earned their slots basically here, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, I sound daunting or look daunting considering that there are words on the screen right now, but we just focus on the prelims for now, right? So
Right.
18 invited from South Asia and Southeast Asia will be playing across either 3 days or 4 days, but it will be 6 matches a day, and only the top 5 will advance to the survival stage. And then we'll talk about the survival stage a little bit later as we progress throughout. If not, it will just be too much information. But what you guys can do right now is to take note on the dates so you don't miss out on the important dates. This is where all the action will happen.
Right, and as scheduled, we are on the Southeast Asia preliminaries here, folks. So we have a lot of action to go around. Not to mention, after the holidays, Sir Cloud, we're gonna continue the action, and early on next year as well. So keep your calendars marked here, ladies and gentlemen. But for today, of course, Southeast Asia is where it's at. We're gonna see the teams a little later on too. I, for one, am so excited to see some of these returning names and some of the names as well that I am yet to witness firsthand.
Yeah, and now it's transfer season in time, right? So we might see some new names as well in old branded teams, if you know what I mean. So
Yeah.
things might be different in terms of how they perform, in terms of the strategies they use. So it's something that we'll definitely explore along the way.
I'm really keeping my fingers crossed here, Sir Cloud, simply because I think that we're in for a lot of surprises here. Not to mention the maps that we're bound to have. It's the same formula that we've seen for the past seasons. It's just an exchange every now and then, the MIRAMAR, the SANHOK, as well as the ERANGEL. But did the strategies change? Because some of our teams, again, as veteran as they are, or as experienced as they are, they may be same dog trying to learn new tricks. So I'm really curious on how this is gonna turn out.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I mean, adaptability is the key to winning, especially when it comes to PUBG Mobile,
Mm.
because of how random the circles could be. And we can see some teams they falter because of that. But speaking of teams now, we'll introduce the teams to you guys. We've got the Infinity hailing from Thailand. From Indonesia, we have DEWA United, and we have Boom Esports, and from Vietnam, Team Flash. Now, this is a technically a new the PUBG Mobile scene in Vietnam. They acquired a couple of veteran players, and now they are in the game.
Right, and some of these team names as well, folks. I'm pretty sure you're familiar with them, such as KAGENDRA. They've been making a lot of noise, albeit with a few different players, if ever. And here we go. Don't break dreams as well. You know, I like that. I like that team name, Sir Cloud, just for my personal preference. And ARF as well. So some members, of course, they might have some rotations here. One or maybe two more players more than others. But let's see who's gonna take the helm for the first game.
Well, let's see, because competition is tough here. We got 21 NFT Esports, we got VOIN Esports as well, GLU Squad, and we have Pick My East. All of these teams from Indonesia. And you gotta think about it, in the
Man.
Southeast Asia prelims, majority of the teams are from Indonesia. So we can expect that the Indonesian teams might dominate this.
But here we go, representing the Philippines, and the only Philippine team that we have here, Sir Clark, Playbook Esports. We also have forgotten KZE Undercover and HFX Esports. You're not wrong about that, Sir Cloud. I think that no matter what happens to these Indonesian teams, they have a lot of representation on their hands.
Yeah, and it's nice to see Playbook Esports back as well. I mean, staple name by now in the PUBG Mobile scene from the Philippines. And I do notice that there's a new name up. Gerald is a new name, so I'll be excited to see how he'll perform with this squad.
Now we have Bigatron Ace, one of the teams here who were invited because of a very victorious showing just a few months ago. And last but not least, we have Team RRQ. So as we mentioned, guys, everybody's a heavy hitter here. We do not know what is going to turn out. Could be a Grand Prix, if anything. Anything can happen. This is only the preliminaries, by the way. Oh,
Yes,
ooh.
and the objective is just to qualify into the next round. So as long as they make 5, they cool. But speaking about the maps, so this will be our maps. We start off with SANHOK, and we're going to play 3 Erangels back to back before we end the day
Wow.
with 2 Mirror. So like what you mentioned earlier on, it is pretty much the same sequence as what before.
But in this case, 3 Erangels in a row, that is absolute rectification. Like if you tend to lose the first couple Erangel maps, you still have like match 4 maybe to correct that habit. And why not end with a couple Miramars as well? You know, the land of sand, as I always call it here, Sir Clark. So it's my love-hate relationship map, if I'm gonna be very honest, because of how dangerous and at the same time how action-packed it can get for our very last stage.
Yeah, I totally agree. It is a very tricky map to play, considering that there's very little curve. You have to work with the terrain, so you really have to know every single, I would say, hill or even a bump, like the back of your hand, to really be able to map that sort of map. But lucky enough for these players or for these teams, they're going to play map later, so they have the opportunity to warm up with, I wouldn't say easy maps. I mean, they're still tough maps, but at least more staple maps like ERANGEL and SANHOK. So that's opportunity for them to just flex their fingers and be prepared for that vast, dusty map.
Yeah, you know what, SANHOK, it's very damp, if I may. That is that kind of map. A lot of trees for people to go around, and the ever so ironic Paradise Resort, right? It's that part of the map where it is anything but paradise for these players. As soon as you encounter some really hungry teams out for the loot, it could be real chaos. But yes, Erangel, El Clasico. It's one of the maps that, of course, for good reason, we have 3 of those in a row. I don't know, like it spells ranked all over it. So let's see how these players are gonna deal with that.
Yeah, they gotta know that, right? Like, no PUBG Mobile player has not played ERANGEL before. The first map when you start your game, that's like your first map that you would try, even train on. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure they're masters of that. But since they're all masters of the map, that will come to the question of like, who is the ultimate master? I don't know what's bigger than master. What word would you put up?
Oh yeah, that's a good question. Maybe Grandmaster, if
Oh
if
yeah,
anything, a grand. Yeah, there we go, Grandmaster. Maybe maybe I'd say king, right? If we're
King.
gonna go a little grander, yeah,
Yep. Or if you want to go a little bit more swaggy, we can call it the president. The president of
Or
Miramar, the president of Erangel, just
uh,
to
the,
get some
the
swaggy.
ruler, the
The
ruler of
ruler.
yeah, there. That's big. That's a big word for these players, and not to mention, it's all about frags as well now, Sir Cloud. I mean, safe to assume that from way back, a lot of our players they've been used to taking it slow, right? Since we know that battle royale in general is survival, that's the name of the game, but not this time. You also need to be somewhat bloodthirsty, just so you could get yourselves a little bit of points on the board.
Yeah, and well, new season prediction, my friend. So, would you like to do the honors?
Yeah, again, before we started the stream, it's baptismal by fire for me. Okay, I get to start and draw first blood here. You know what? I'll put Bigatron Ace. I have a feeling for
Oh,
this one. Yeah, I'll put Bigatron Ace.
the
Yeah, I think they're
lady.
still hot. I think they're still hot right off the bat. From their previous victory a couple of months ago. That kind of translates to your next tournament. I feel.
Well, I thought, but well, well, okay. So I'm gonna put off with let's see. I'm gonna be a little bit more biased for my first prediction. So I'm gonna put my DBD, Don't Break Dreams, in the fray. There you go. Yep.
And why
They
didn't I think of
recently
that?
came off the PMNC, topping the group. So they probably have that momentum that they can bring onto today. So probably let's start it off with going.
Yeah, I think we're both firm believers of momentum. I think in more ways than one. So yeah, Sir Cloud, I have to warn you. The last time I did this, I went 3. Hey. Ooh.
Oh, okay, okay. All right. Whoever loses does a TikTok dance. How's
Oh my
that?
gosh. I'd shake on it, but I'm not there. But yeah, you know what? I don't know. Again, momentum. I'm sharing that same score with the Red Queen, by the way.
Oh,
So yeah, I don't know, man. There's something about that. There's something about the gut feel that we have with these teams. But yeah, I'm putting my cards on Bigatron Ace.
yeah. I mean, to be fair, right? Your chance to hit it is 1 out of 16. If you
Always.
hit it, like, bam, you're the man.
Yeah, you basically rolled the dice and it landed straight to Snake Eyes. That's what I would say. But Clash of Giants season 3, and I can't be any happier that I'm ending the year with this actual tournament because around earlier on, this was already a surprise to me that Clash of Giants. I mean, it speaks for itself. Giants, right? These players, these teams, with all the decoration, all their finesse they bring to every tournament, and this is how we end the year. But it's just the end of the year. It's not the end of a Clash of Giants. So there's a lot more action to look forward to. I want to see that next month.
Yeah. Hopefully we get to continue this, throughout, wherever. Let it not stop. For it to continue on is, of course, because of you guys watching out there. Do support the live stream. Without your support, we wouldn't be here. The tournament wouldn't be here. All you need to do to support is very simple. Call your friends to come and watch. Share our live stream to all your friends out there. Let them know this is happening because I can assure you there will be a lot of action happening and you don't want to miss out on this. And with support, we will have more tournaments like this in the future.
And speaking of action, Sir Cloud, we are already inbound. The flight has taken place. Here we go, SANHOK, folks. Look at how much water. Look at how much water is dividing this map. This is where a lot of moments were created in last Clash of Giants. If you're very unfortunate, you tend to have the last stage in the water, like legitimately in the water. So here, ladies and gentlemen, the clocks are winding down. Buckle up. We are in for our first map of the day.
Oh, here we go. I'm gonna start it off in SANHOK. To me, SANHOK is like the boogeyman.
Hey, that's a good way of putting it. That's a good way of putting it.
Yeah, because it's very circle. Like, if the circle goes up all the way to Camp Alpha Island, whoever who doesn't have a chance to start is going to have a real tough time. And whoever who drops there, it's an absolute good time. But if it goes to the main peninsula, then I would say it's anyone's game.
Oh man, and look at the flight path we're seeing right now. It is absolutely eastbound here. you know, safe to say, playbook esports as well. They're gonna go away from the green, headed straight to Sanmi. And you know, Sir Claude, I believe that every single camp that we have here in SANHOK, it's always dangerous, regardless whether you go to Alpha, Bravo, or Charlie. You are in for a problem. And not to mention, if you choose to go to Alpha, just like what HFX is doing, along with another team up there, they have that to themselves, right? They can loot as much as they can, burn some time. Hopefully, the circle or the last stage lands in their direction.
Interesting enough, you mentioned about how Paradise Resort is one of the key contested coins. Nobody's there. But now we have our first fight and first blood even. I see a lot of shots happening all around the map. And Remo's next one as Megatron fell.
Oh man, am I supposed to regret my choice right away because they already down by 1? However, they did pick off, or never mind, they're down by 3 here. So, Sir Cloud, it looks like I'm up for an early exit here when it comes to my best. We have Beauty already being flushed out. Whoa, okay. Wow, forget that. I spoke too soon. Despite being down 3 members, Bigatron still holding it up, and first elimination, I believe. Oh man, RRQ.
Wow. Pika, trust your believe in it.
I will.
Who knows? With that one play, chicken dinner could come.
I know. We've seen it happen before, Sir Cloud. So I'm gonna put my faith in the remainder of Bigatron Ace. But right now we're looking at Forgot. This Sir Cloud, I believe, this team is also one of those who actually went for a qualifier. So they have to make this preliminaries count.
Oh, here we go. GLU squad checking down at them. Now, only one member left, and he's really low right now. A simple spray onto Ruthless, and unfortunately, they will be forgotten.
All pun intended, of course. But yeah, that's second slot exit. Now, look at these teams distributed here, Sir Cloud. We have DBD, we have Infinity as well. Just literally compounds away. This is one situation you don't want to be in when you start off PUBG Mobile, right? Because sometimes you're very lacking in resources. See, just like this, what we're looking at. Not everybody from Esports actually has medical utilities just yet.
Yeah, because the moment you start, everyone starts firing. You wouldn't have time to loot up and to get the ice or the utilities that you need, and you just have to deal with whatever you have in your backpack offhand. And then for some of these players, they don't have enough, and they have to resort to just trying to win in PUBG Mobile. Unfortunately, if your health is just that low, that sort of weaponry, it's gonna be real tough.
That's true. Look at our chart here, folks. On the right side of your screen, we only have 2 teams here who are actually untouched so far. We have LG, we have ARF, and these teams, I know they're gonna take their sweet time. I know they heard the gunfire, and they gotta stack up first on whatever they can find. It's also very unfortunate if you come across a player here who dons either an AKM or an S12K, which we saw earlier, as well as a DB. So, oh my goodness, Sir Clark, it's early chaos, I'd say.
Oh. Well, DB, don't break dreams, saying that don't break our dreams. Instead, they will break the Infinity's dreams. Now, they have VOIN Esports here, trying to take profile as HFX, and they're dancing around, trying to find their target, but this is that VOIN still has all 4 of their players intact.
Yeah, okay. So, you know what? Yeah, I'm going to stand corrected. We have VOIN as well. We have VOIN, PBE already damaged 1. A while ago, I saw them complete, but no. LTE as well. And ARF, I spoke too soon there, Sir Cloud. Already had one player bleeding, another one damaged. So, let's see how this is going to be. And just like that, Boom Esports on top of the food chain here with 5 eliminations. They have a bit of damage, yes, but already leading the herd when it comes to these points. Make that 6.
Wow, okay, they ain't stopping here. Make that 7, Pika. 7 in the back, and we're not even into stage 2 yet.
Sadly, they have 1 casualty so far, but just weather out the storm a little bit. You pointed it out very clearly there, Sir Cloud. We are yet to go to a smaller circle here. So this whole map is still theirs for the taking. They can do as much as they can. Of course, not trying to lose any casualties. Wow, a molly kill. When was the last time we've seen that, Sir Cloud?
I Wow, and plus it's happening in a circle. I mean, when you have that much space, yet you still got eliminated by a mob. And that's just brutal if you ask me. But speaking about brutality, we can see a lot of these really playing very aggressively. As what you mentioned during the show, like, okay, going for eliminations is the thing right now. And this, all these teams are doing.
Yeah, because I know some of them are not gonna try to take a chance to go for the chicken dinner alone. I know that they want to get those eliminations. And let's be real here, Sir Cloud. The bragging rights of being called MVP. So you want to be that guy, right? To bring home the bacon for the team, or in this case, the winner chicken dinner. So Team Flash punching back here with 5 eliminations, not very far from the top dogs that we have here.
Yeah, Boom Esports had a great start, but actually now they're only left with one player. Ponbit got away to save ARF, somehow took out two of Boom's players, leaving with only one. And if you gotta think about it, right, we're only in stage one. We have 30 players remaining. This is crazy.
Almost half, Sir Cloud. And these players, again, they have to be, very, very cautious, because if not for their enemy, it will also be this right here. I call it the blue the safe zone. It's always such a tragic thing to see when you fall from this particular threat in the map. It means you also have a lot of terrain that you need to take, right? So the moment you can close out one part of the map and keep that for your team entirely, then I think you're good. But it's crazy how stage one, Sir Cloud, just stage one, and we've already seen this much carnage.
Yeah, absolutely. At this moment, we only have like what, 4 teams who still maintain all their players, but 2 of them are spending time in. So I don't know how long they'll be able to last right now. Now, if we look at 21 NFT chances of getting out of this mess, ZZ is locking them out and continue to wait on the outside of the blue. The circle would have shrunk. And now I wonder, like, how far are they from the safe zone?
That's right. We're gonna check that later on, folks. But this is what it is right here. This is a house standoff. You see how there are people for each compound that we can see. They're basically surrounding it, and they're taking it. They're taking the pain right now, Sir Cloud. They are withstanding this safe zone because they know that the slightest bit of movement, if someone dares cross this street, this compound to get to a safer spot, you're gonna fall victim to the opposition.
Yeah, and I know that the circle went up north. So from this area, oh, okay, that's a smoke. Okay, calm down, people. Assuming that any of these teams they win this fight and they get out of this place, right? Like going north is really hard because they need to go through like high ground turfs in which some teams might be gatekeeping them.
Yeah.
So either way, I think at the moment for these 2 teams who are locked in, it's a lose-lose situation for the both of them.
Exactly my point. Like no one's gonna dare cross this. If someone does, oh there, look at that. Member from ZZ just crossing a compound, trying to infiltrate Flippy over here. So I think they found each other. There's contact.
Oh yes, Flippy landed a shot and the blue will do its work. So Flippy need to go
There it
all
is.
in just yet. Yeah, he just needs to go in to secure that elimination point, not to let it waste. That also means that ZZ only has 1 player left. And it's gonna be. I'm not sure how he's gonna get out of this.
Yeah, looking very bleak. It's not really. It's not really a very good spot for both of these players, even for Tramones right here. No medical utilities whatsoever, Sir Cloud. So even if they make the run for it, there's a huge chance they're not going to make it out of here alive. The best thing they could do is to not be a point, is to not be a score for an opposing team. See how they're trying to, again, inch their way out of the situation. But I know they hear each other already. It's just a matter of seconds now.
Oh, here we go. He only has like what, 10% down, 10% goes down.
Hey.
Ultima, but for Flippy, it's gonna be a straightforward elimination because opponent was just too low. Like you just need to randomly spray, even though if it's headshot, it's a body shot, or even a leg shot, it would do the work.
Oh man. Okay, so yeah, another elimination there. We now have another team joining the multiple frags in VOIN, and there's the elimination. Sadly, Sir Cloud, yep, there goes my hope. We, the last member of Bigatron Ace out of there. Good try though, but very unfortunate start, having to lose 3 members then and there landed. Can't feel good. I know they're going to be regrouping for the next map.
But for Play Esports, unfortunately, they're playing with 3 players though. But the good news is that they're in the circle, have a compound, they look pretty okay for now. But it will also depend on how next circle would treat them. Like, do they need to move? Because if they do need to move, to look at the minimap, there's someone across them with another compound as well. And if they're forced to get across, it's going to be kind of hard. But now that the circle have shifted, Playbook Esports is still in the circle, they can still hold on to that position.
Yeah, smacked right in the middle as well, but not safely. I believe they're heavily surrounded here. So it's just a matter of time before the other teams catch wind of where they are, right? And here we are, Paradise Resort. It's not a good look for this zone right here. It's very cinematic. I always say that, Sir Cloud, that a lot of the players here, if they come across each other looting, trying to gather some resources, it's gonna be fun, you know, for us watching, but not for them who's gonna try to survive. It's never a pretty sight here at Paradise Resort.
Absolutely, totally agree with that. I mean, if you're pressured by the blue, especially, and you still get in with this sort of circle, and with how this lobby is in game, everyone's really aggressive. And I can imagine like the players, they're shivering hands right now. But Yen is definitely shivering, considering that he got knocked out. But it looks like he's in a position that his teammate can pick him up.
Your DBD boys right here, your DBD bet, Sir Cloud. I think they're more than capable of holding their own. So I want to see how this pans out in our very last stage. So stage 3, stage 2 went by quite fast. It was a breeze, but now we are, I think, more than halfway there when it comes to our team counts. We have 10 teams remaining, and this is only the 3rd stage. You know, some games, when they're less sweaty, or maybe when they are full sweaty, it turns out completely differently. I'm just not so sure if our teams are even worried right now, because none of them are actually 100% in the best conditions. I'd say for VOIN, yeah, they have damage, but I don't know, Sir Cloud. It could be anybody's game. LZE also yet to have their first elimination.
Yes, LZE and interestingly KAGENDRA not having any elimination points as of now. And speaking about KAGENDRA, KAGENDRA is like this staple name in the Ruthless Esports series. They're always here and they generally do well. It's just that when it comes to when it matters for them to collect the points to be the champions, they somehow always fall short. So this has the potential. I let them do well this season.
Yeah, me too. You know, I'm a fan. I'm a fan of KAGENDRA. I've seen them. I've seen them at work, at play. You know, if I'm gonna phrase that any better. But yeah, we have the one more casualty, or one more knock for DVD. So that leaves a couple players here in Izane and Yen. Now they can't leave this compound willy-nilly. They are surrounded by high ground. And safe to assume, of course, I'm pretty sure that's what they're thinking here, Sir Cloud, that they have sights and scopes set on their hut. So gotta be careful. PBE again, yet to draw first blood for their team.
Well, how much do you believe in the caster's curse?
I do 100%, like full jump, and there it is.
Yeah, the moment we talk about Kagen, they got eliminated. So I don't know, like teams sometimes they, you know, maybe not teams, like sometimes the fans, right? They will come and text me and say, "Can you stop talking about our team?" I don't know, man. It's just what it is.
Tough job for us, folks. You know, we are definitely here for the action, to bring you the action, and please hold us not accountable for these teams. We believe in their strengths. All right. So speaking of, here we go. PBE starting off with one elimination under their belt. Yen left and to deal with this with Izane. Already has 2 eliminations. So I don't know. I think the best course of action here, Sir Cloud, is to just weather this out. It's not looking really good. The position advantage not on their side here.
Yeah, and consider they only have 2 players left, so they got to play a little bit more passive for sure. Just waiting for teams like ARF and LZE. They still have squad, but ARF has 1 elimination. LZE has none yet, so it's just a matter of time till we see them getting into real action and ranking in those elimination points.
Okay. You see how these teams are ever so slowly scouting the area, trying to go for contingency plans in case they need to move, because at this point they're just barely inside barely inside the safe zone. They have to infiltrate. They have to go in. Oh, there's one member of PB. Oh, brought to their knees. Gerald, though, already spotted. Beautiful, beautiful scouting there from ARM. Now we have KZE. Again, the high ground advantage here, Sir Cloud. Yep, it's just a flick of a wrist over here for Warrior to get that job done, you know, to finish everything off. Not looking good.
Not looking good considering on the outside circle as well, but Flippy will not go down without fight. That's one for it. Comes in with a jump shot beautifully down to Warrior. Can he pull off a clutch? One more to go to reload. He should be able to do it in time, but his opponent, okay, yes as well. So it's kind of 50-50 now, and the Blue Reaper will arrive time soon.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about. You have to find a backup plan. You have to make another in case the circle doesn't favor where you are as of the moment. And there it is. Egan or Egan, I hope I didn't read that wrong, now needs to make haste. Gotta regroup and gotta get on out of there. You see how they're, again, at the very edge here, Sir Cloud. They gotta find that high ground advantage once again. But the action is just a little too fast right now. We have GLU right here catching sight of the rest of VOIN. So I don't know. Is this gonna be a brave attempt to go push? I think he's by himself right here. Or that's what I was talking about. That's what I was talking about. He walked right into Starby.
Yeah, Starby, he was ready for that, and that's another point in the back point. Now, GLU Squad Esports looks like they're seeking revenge. They're not going to let go of VOIN Boss at this moment. We got Xbox coming in, and Xbox!
Oh no!
He got punished for it.
Oh my gosh, I think the greed spoke for itself here for GLU. They tried to flush out VOIN. Now with Starby, the last remaining member, with the highest frags as well. He knows that the rest of GLU is going to come pick them up. So, the shoulder shot, let's see.
Oh, that was close. 1v1. Sticky wins it. Gets out of a sticky situation. Able to cover his teammate. And he'll be to safety. DBD Isaac is the only one left.
That was a good try. That was a moment, I'd say, for VOIN right there. Especially for Starby trying to avenge that. But the numbers game just really came into play. I think that's VOIN's plan. And sadly, though, we have to say goodbye to PBE exiting the lobby, exiting the party with 4 total eliminations. So now we have 5 teams remaining, Sir Cloud.
Oh yeah, you blink and you miss it, ladies and gentlemen. We already have 5 teams, stage 5. And we got Team Flash in the area of Paradise Resort. It's like they're playing the gatekeeping role against ARF with Ichan now down on his knees. And trying to find a different angle, trying to finish him off to secure that elimination score. Varnas on yet smelling like team spirit. And just staying away from fights.
Alright, so yeah, safe to say here, they're gonna want to hold this spot. It looks really good so far. They're not really so sure yet on who's watching who, but Warrior has to get on out of there. That is not the part of the Blue Reaper that you'd want to take. You know, your skin can only go so far as to take this much blue. Here we go.
Egen, well, looks like on the northern side it's kind of clear for KZE. I think they will have an entry in. So it should be fine. I'll be interested to see like what's gonna happen. Like, I believe on the left side there was a skirmish where Team Flash was at. So then we might see more action on the left side instead. So like GLU Squad Esports, the more we mentioned about them, and Team Flash. Team Flash is the one to pick up the point. 10 eliminations now for Team Flash.
Yeah, you know, the first 2-digiter we have here for frags, Team Flash looking absolutely dominant. Now with 4 more teams here, see how Born, I hope I'm reading that right, just taking refuge here at Paradise Resort. I know that he's been given word to just stay put. You know, we got this, we're okay, but we need you to be our eyes a little later on should things go south. So far, DBD Izane taking out what's left of that team spirit that we were smelling earlier, Sir Cloud. So let's see. Look at where we are. See how little how congested this is gonna be. And Corn T, as we mentioned, he is definitely gonna scout here at Paradise Resort using this high ground.
Man, what's with players and band names nowadays? Like we got Nirvana, we got Korn with the C instead. We're supposed to be the older ones here.
Oh man, I hope that some of our audiences even know who these bands are for us to name them. But yeah, 3 more teams here, and this is one of the faster games I've witnessed ever, Sir Cloud, when it comes to Clash of Giants. So I don't know. I don't know how this is gonna close out. We have DBD, we have Team Flash. Who's our other team? We have LGE. Supposedly, I'd say LGE with the highest percentage here. Really not that high up when it comes to the frags, but still, we are at a point where survival is what's gonna give you that victory.
Yeah, I mean, it's a survival game at the end of the day, right? But of course, the points do matter. It is round number 1, so if they don't gather that many points but still got dinner, I mean, there's still a lot of opportunity for them to really catch up onto the top 5 or whichever placement that they're aiming for. But for KZE, now they're crashing onto Flash with Woonty all alone, but he's right smack in the middle of the circle, so that means that if they go straight onto him, there's a lot of backup around them.
Yeah, very, very good buddy system, but that's what we're talking about. Egen already taken out by this play zone. So now we are down 3v3, but with two players bleeding on the side of LZE. Never mind, 1 already taken out of the equation. It is now up to Team Flash to close this out. I'd say with 11 frags, they are more than secured here.
And Team Flash looking good so far, but LZE definitely will not go down without a fight. They do have hard advantage, but they don't really have circle. But since they don't have circle, Team keeping them out, and that one nade will pull them off. First chicken dinner up the goes to Team Flash.
Just like the fastest man alive, they went out of there in a breeze. My goodness, Team Flash. Unbelievable showing right there. And you know, they did suffer, I think, casualty, but safe to say that the way they started off today is just amazing. And that's fast, Sir Cloud. I'll say that straight up. It is one of the swiftest games I've ever seen.
I totally agree. Normally, this kind of fast games happen like to the end when some of the teams like have nothing else to lose and they'll just whatever. But this is like the first round, and you don't get this all the time.
Man, I think it all started as well after the elimination of Bigatron Ace, because after that, things went really, really quick. So here we have Gosu with 6 eliminations, followed by Corn T with a C, and we have Kwanji and Woonti over here, just totaling it up to a very, very solid 13 frags for our first game. Unbelievable.
Yeah, and Gosu is the highest damage dealer within the... I must say, among all these 4 members, Gosu and Quan, they are the most experienced players. They came from another team. Their team, these players, they were hired by Team Flash like after the official season recently. And now with this sort of acquisition from an organization, Team Flash. Team Flash is no stranger in the world of esports in Southeast Asia at least. I'm sure they'll be happy to see this performance at least for game number 1.
Yeah, this is also a habit that I've formed every time I cast PUBG Mobile, Sir Cloud, is I count how many throwables these players used. Because it seems to be one meta that's evolved or has been going around quite a bit. We've seen some Molotov frags earlier on, so I'd say that with GLU bagging 13 throwables in total, that's a nice sight to see for me. I'm masochist. I'm a sadist that way, Sir Cloud. You know, I like seeing explosions. You know, we're chaotic here.
Well, I think that you can expect to see more than in a bigger map later on. Yeah, considering that maybe it's a bigger map, you know, teams will have more time to loot up and be prepared and start to rain nades when the time comes. But speaking about preparation, wow, Flippy, 21 NFT, they are not in the top 5, but comes out as MVP. Now, this is a flex.
It is indeed. So, yeah, this is what we're talking about. Some of these players, they're going to turn up one way or the other, even though they did not score their chicken dinners. This is a screenshot for the books. So I'm pretty sure they're going to start scrolling back a little later on for the stream here, Sir Cloud. Because that's worth bragging about, as you said. But Gosu, despite not being MVP, again, throughout all these teams, he stands pretty tall with those 6 eliminations. The damage dealt, though, I kind of see it now, Sir Cloud. This damage and the contribution, by the way, that Flippy did is more than worthy of that MVP.
Yeah, and he almost pulled off a clutch towards the end. I forgot which team. I believe it was KZF or something like that. He pulled off a clutch. Starboy made a moment as well. So
Yeah.
this guy's definitely star buy for VOIN, considering that, well, he doesn't have a picture, so I assume that the newer players in the team.
I like that. That's also something that still flashes in my head right now. Those few moments wherein he had to hold the fort a little bit. Very valiant effort. Yeah, unfortunately, he fell for the last few seconds. But yes, here we go. Starting things off is Team Flash 13 eliminations. So as I mentioned, the fact that they made it to the final two teams with that amount of eliminations, it's safe to say that they are gonna get away with a lot of these points. Probably first, even if they didn't win the chicken dinner.
Yeah, and you know what? I know it's only number one, but number one, number two, it's not from Indonesia. It's just putting it out there, right? But I'm sure at some point, like, because of the sheer amount of Indonesian you have in this group, they'll definitely catch up. But nevertheless, it's not about nations. I mean, it's just a side topic that we can just look at when games go. But yeah, I mean, if we talk about like the Indo Pride, be really happy to like if they can stack up like 1 to 5, like all the Indonesian teams.
Oh, that'd be iconic. Not gonna lie, because that's for sure representation. But here we are. I am still heartbroken here, ladies and gentlemen, with only 86 throwables used. But again, Sir Cloud did say it's only game number one. This is the first time I'm not seeing a double digiter for the grenades here. But yes, I don't want to speak too soon here, Sir Cloud. We still have game number two, and this time we are gonna go spamming Erangel.
Oh yeah, ERANGEL, man. I always have this kind of circle in ERANGEL, and it's a very sadistic request. I hope that the PUBG Mobile gods give us the military-based circle. It's always the toughest one. All the way down south in that one island, all to go there pretty much at the same time, locked in at the bridges. It's gonna be a mess.
Absolutely. Military base never bodes well for anybody. We see some teams starting off their drop in military base, but finishing in there, that's a whole different story. Now, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. That was only our first match of the day. Clash of Giants Season 3. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Why, that was a quick round. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Clash of Giants Season 3, brought to you by Ruthless Esports, by TikTok, and thank you so much to Level Up ID as our media partner. My name is together with Pika, we'll be bringing you the action, and we still have not hit up, but I came close.
Yeah, you know what? I didn't come close. Like not even halfway there. But again, it is what it is. It is the start of our day. The preliminaries right here. This is as tough as it can get for these players because they want to secure a slot here. It is a matter of getting ahead of everybody, and just like that, Team Flash started things off in a sprint of a game. I'm not gonna lie, but now we are moving to games 2 to 4. Of course, let's start off with game 2 with ERANGEL. Now, that's a lot of ERANGELs for everyone's liking. And 3 in a row, by the way.
Yeah, it's going to be a rinse and repeat for these teams later on. So, in case you just joined us, ladies and gentlemen, we just concluded SANHOK, in which Team Flash, a newcomer in the PUBG Mobile scene, netting the first chicken dinner. And we're moving on to ERANGEL, and as was mentioned by Pika, we'll be seeing ERANGELs in a row before we end the day with 2 MIRAMARs. So we still have 5 more games to in case you just joined us, and that also means that there's still a lot more time for you to share out the live stream, let your friends know that this is happening, join in on the fun together, because without the support from the community, we would
Absolutely thankful, yeah, for every single one of you out there sharing the live stream, watching us. Tell your friends about it. I know that a lot of you PUBG Mobile fans out there are looking forward to this. Not to mention, we want to end the year with an absolutely explosive season 3 for Clash of Giants. But of course, again, in case you just tuned in, guys, this is not yet the finals of Clash of Giants. We're gonna go on up until next year. If you didn't see that earlier, definitely gonna be one heck of a series. Now, I'm gonna pass the ball to you, Sir Cloud, since you already did that to me earlier. Who is it this time? Let's hear it.
All right, I'm gonna put. So the coach is a good friend, and the players are very friendly as well. So I'm gonna put up. Boom,
Of
Esports.
course.
Let's go.
Of course.
Boom. Let's go.
Okay. You know what? I think they're out for vengeance this time around. I'd go for KAGENDRA. I'd go for KAGENDRA, yeah. So I've seen what they could do. I still have their track records with me. So maybe, just maybe, I don't think they 100% like that last outcome. So maybe this is it.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's like, if you don't do well in the previous round, it fuels your motivation for the next round. Like, you really want to do better. You want to give back to the fans, most importantly, And the thing that I kind of always talk about, right? Like, okay, think about the fans. They are supporting you guys out there. They want to see a good show. So it's all for teams to give back to the fans, basically. Give them something to cheer about. So our predictions up on the board. We hope that they do well, because us as casters as well, we like this thing amazing.
That's true. And don't blame us, guys. We're doing our job. But, jokes aside, these are teams that we believe are going to push through. They're going to power through for the rest of our evening, for the rest of our first day, by the way, of preliminaries. So you saw the schedule for those of you who did, but from the 19th to the 21st, these teams are going to be gathering more points moving into the finals next month. I'm going to give a bit of a preview as well, folks. So for those of you who didn't witness the first game, we've had a lot of good moments in SANHOK. But that's the sad thing, right, Sir Cloud? That's the last time we're going to see these teams duke it out in SANHOK today.
Yeah, we're going to play like one SANHOK a day, right? So who knows? Because, okay, SANHOK, some map, naturally more action. Maybe this is a slightly big up. We might not see that sort of pace from the previous round. We might see a slower pace this time. But also, on the flip side, because it's like the first ERANGEL that these are playing, maybe some of the teams want to stamp their ground. Maybe they want to confront some of the hot spots, like a Pachinki, like a Rosa, like even School in the middle of the map. So we'll keep an eye on that.
I was about to say School, right? Because it's one of those spots where you could never go wrong. If you land there safe and sound, you're most likely gonna get out there with a few points under your belt. But again, it boils down to skill. Pachinki always, it's one of those those names, those places that you don't want to be caught empty-handed. When these players, when they catch you there and you're unlooted, you don't even have small arms fire with you, that's gonna be trouble. But so far, we've been seeing a lot of good action here, and Team Flash, as Sir Cloud mentioned earlier, a relatively new team to the scene, showing us what they're made of. Are we gonna stick it out with our El Tradicional, our the teams that we've seen many times over, or are the new bloods gonna be the ones to make the impact today?
Yeah, Team Flash, pretty interesting. The fact that they can like a couple of veteran players in the lineup and they form team right after the season. I actually had a few questions of like, okay, why at that time? But I guess they have a long-term plan, and whatever long-term plan they have, it seems to be kind of working out, at least for the first round that we have seen here. Performance by Team Flash, the only team with a double-digit elimination, securing the chicken. I mean, it's a very good round for them. Now, of course, the bigger question is that are they able to be consistent enough throughout? And that is where all matters, right? Like, if you're inconsistent, people won't remember the first chicken dinner that you got. People will just remember the last chicken dinner that you got, or maybe the last place you got. So that is where it all comes down to.
Yeah, you're just as good as your last performance, right? But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. ERANGEL, match number 2, but the first of a trinity of grueling ERANGEL matches. Now, yes, some of you may have grown weary and tired of seeing this map care of your ranked games, care of your grinds, but not us. We like this. We like where this is going now. Another question is, what's the flight path going to look like? Because a while ago, it was absolutely eastbound, a little bit south, Sir Cloud, but maybe, just maybe, if the teams are going to be granted, by chance, a good flight path here, the results could absolutely differ. Oh no,
Oh,
I already see where this is going.
okay, an early jump here onto hospital. So the flight path could be somewhere the left side, but yeah, not too sure whether it's like left how. But okay, here's our answer. It's slightly towards the northern side. So teams drop onto military base or Novo might find it a little bit difficult to drop straight onto it, but that also means that the center part of the map might be a little crowded. As we can see here, most of the teams seems to be dropping on the main peninsula instead of like even up north.
You're right, and we know how it looks like here for ERANGEL. A lot of high grounds as well, especially towards the middle. The partition of the bodies of water here, it's not something you'd also want to get caught in. But no one, and I mean no one, so far has set their sights on military base just yet. But looking at the trajectory of where these teams are coming from, Sir Cloud, it'll be one of these teams. Big MY, VGMY, or we have KAGENDRA. We also have HFX, who might gun for that military base later. Granted that the situation falls for them. They do have to cross a couple of bridges, though. I'm not so sure if that's going to be the smartest idea, just in case.
Yeah, considering that the first circle popped up north, so I guess going down south to the military base, even Novo, they might want to reconsider that if they have that as their plan. And yeah, I guess nobody's really heading there as of now. But looking at the spread of the teams that drop around the entire map, I don't will be seeing an early clash. It seems that it's going to be pretty chill for a start.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about, right? This is what we also kind of want to see every now and then. Not necessarily war right then and there. Just a bit of resource gathering. Just slowly pacing themselves, right? Look at this. Look at the big separation. And for good reason, Sir Cloud, the fact that, of course, ERANGEL is pretty huge, compared to the other two maps that we have, it's natural for some of our teams to take it a bit slow, just like what they're doing now.
Yeah, as we can see here, even there is a sort of a share here, Yasnaya, but Yasnaya is big enough to house two teams. So we got BTR, we got Team Flash here as well. I mean, unless they have like this kind of like a unspoken truce, I guess they'll be fine. Speaking about BTR, I noticed that on the chart on the right, they lost one play early. I think we kind of missed that. Oh, they lost that play to Team Flash, in fact.
Oh my goodness, and not to mention ARF and PBE already taking some damage, as well as VOIN. it means that, as much as we didn't see that action happen, there's already a bit of a loss here for some of our teams, for some of our players. Same goes for PGMY. They already have one person taking a bit of damage. Now, this is the meta, Sir Cloud, that's been surrounding ERANGEL for the longest time. You have to find a vehicle as soon as you can. We didn't see that many utilities of vehicles in SANHOK naturally, so here we're gonna go back to ERANGEL where where it all began.
Yeah, true enough. Because it's a bigger map, right? So vehicle is definitely a priority. And on top of that as well, since we have like this kind of circle as a start, it's kind of 50-50. It could either go up north or it could either stay on the main peninsula. So without a vehicle, assuming that the circle goes away from you wherever you are, it's going to be really hard for you to get onto the other side. So you must always have a vehicle for you.
And yeah, we've seen players before actually parking those vehicles indoors, right? Just so that other players will not catch sight of it. Also gives you a lot of advantage if you need to move out to peel out there real quick. So yeah, so far I believe they've already established among their peers, among their players, who's taking who's gonna be the more designated, I'd say medic, or even your chauffeur, the team driver, if we may. But so far, RRQ just chilling. They gotta be careful with this. Oh, an M249 very earlier on. This is what I love, Sir Cloud, about ERANGEL as well. The variety of weapons that we see from our players.
And the time for them to loot, obviously they can pick a weapon of choice, and they can also loot up more nades. A weapon of your choice, Pika.
You know what? Yeah, you're right. I may be a little violent in that sense. I love me some demolition, but for the time being, I'm pretty sure we're not gonna hear explosions just yet. More of the Revit, just like what we're seeing here from ZZ. Everyone's in a vehicle, so they probably intend to loiter a little bit, scout for information. But no, GLU right here. We already need backup here, and in this case, they have to slowly make their way in. I'm pretty sure information is being released.
Here we go with PBS gameplay. Julie comes in, gets a knock, needs to get a second one, but Warrior is there. Coming from behind, knocking him on thanks to a nade from his teammate as well, helping him out. So it looks like KZE in this fight, but for GLU Squad Esports, Xbox arrived together with Steve on the other side.
Oh man, Cavalry is here for GLU. Now they gotta slowly push this compound. Otherwise, they will lose this battle straight up. And it's very early on already. Oh, just went over the fence, but no! Wrong move right there from Xbox.
Oh man, don't do that with an opponent right in front of you, because when you jump over the fence, you obviously cannot hold your weapon. And that is where you'll be punished. And unfortunately, because of that as well, GLU Squad Esports, the first team to be eliminated.
That was very unfortunate. That was already a good spot that he had. Having to heal, did not need to push. But again, it's probably the greed of the moment. ZZ, however, just staying steady. I'd say they just want to mellow down the storm a little bit before they go in. Hey, look at where they are. I'd say they're playing the long game here, Sir Cloud.
Yes, they're looking like it. So very good start for them. 4 points in the bag, not losing anyone in the process. Oh, hang on, did they lose one? Oh yeah, they lost one. But speaking about losing someone, Cool from Playboy Esports his debut in this round, but unfortunately could be shot. Okay, to be fair, he's just knocked. He could still be saved, but till we get a visual, we don't really know his current situation.
Right now, KZE, again, they've been holding out here for quite a bit. They've already had one casualty in their reserves. Yes, so they gotta be super careful here. And look at the amount of firepower they have headed their way. Smokes distributed all over the place. One way or the other here, Sir Cloud. Someone's gonna come pushing, and KZE they might not have the terrain advantage in this compound. See how I know they hear the vehicles already, so I'm pretty sure they're locking and loading up, getting ready for the war that's about to come.
Yeah, here we go. DEWA United has arrived. DEWA was knocked down by a nade by Pele. So look at United. Could this be the plan? That did not work out for them, but they're just rushing in right now. Simple push by DEWA United. KZE eliminated. They had it all in plan.
Man, good try though. I'll be very honest. DEWA United, yeah, they have to pick up Daybot, I'd say, but that's what's absolutely, I'd say, dreadful in the position that where KZ is. KZ is their cloud. Nowhere to go. No backdoor plays. They can't come out through the sides. There are already smokes and cars headed their way. But here, let's get back to the action. I'd say PPE in very bad position here. Forgot only one already. Man, it's only this car between Babeo and the rest of PPE.
Yeah, we got Michi on the other side with 50% of health. Carvalho out, Ollie forcing him to move, but Michi swings him down as well. He's shot at from multiple at the same time. In the compound, Monboy. Critical situation. 10% of health left as Blue Vortex comes in from the other side. Playbook Esports fortunately out early.
Yeah, I was about to say that too. It's very tragic. They did a lot better earlier. So back to the drawing board, I'd say, for the boys of Playbook. Now, see where our circle's landing here, ladies and gentlemen. We are just shy of Stalber and Rojak, definitely being captured there. Now, this body of water that they have in between them, I'd say safe to say here, Sir Cloud, they're gonna go for the shoot.
Yeah, shooting range, lots of high ground to play with, vantage point. I wouldn't be surprised if that place will be the key area that teams will take, but maybe some of these teams that they're calculating their chances since it's still stage 2, and there's a possibility that it may move away from shooting range. So with that in mind, maybe some of the teams will think to themselves that, hey, you know what, it's still stage 2, don't really need to force ourselves onto shooting range, but if we're close enough onto there, we'll take it.
This is a complete 180 of what we saw earlier, Sir Cloud. These teams, these players, they don't want to take any chances. See how Boom also does not have a single elimination, right? They're keeping their numbers up. They want to be complete for the bigger storm later. Some of the teams, Kagendra, you know, that's my vote for this game. They're complete, albeit with some damage. I think they are going to play the long game here. They want to haul for the rest of the stages a little later on. And as I honestly just straight up analyzed what it could be, shooting range, they would flock there, maybe, just maybe, later when the circle pushes them towards that area, and it's not gonna look pretty. So far, however, Kagendra still trying to regroup here. Not that many medical resources are gonna stay.
Well, at least now Kagendra is in a position that they can sort of gatekeep other teams from coming in. See that they have a little bit of elevation here, and they managed to lock out that bridge just on the southern side of them. So whoever passes by try to beat Kagendra, and with this sort of position that they place themselves in, it's going to be quite hard. I guess teams knowing that there's Kagendra there, they might want to take the long road. So now that we have the map view, VOIN is the one on the other side.
Oh my, looking like a bowl of cereal here. All these colors, ladies and gentlemen, they are gonna gather a little later on for sure. Sights already set here by Daybot from DEWA United. He sees one, but unable to fish that out. He has to regroup. I'm pretty sure his information is already given. So yeah, more calculation, more regroup, more recollection here, honestly, from the side of DEWA United. It's nice that Daybot actually fragged a few here, despite the fact that his teammates haven't yet, you know, maybe they just want to play things by ear.
I guess at the end of the day, the points do return to the team, right? Maybe he might get the MVP, it's a nice flex, but at the end of the day, it's a team effort, so I'm sure they wouldn't mind. Like, okay, if it's you getting all the points, yeah, that's fine. As
Yeah,
long
go
as you
ahead.
get the number, we're in the top 5, we cool.
Yeah, eliminations. You know, I always say it, Sir Clown, that once you reach stage 5, you'd be fortunate to still make it to top 8 undamaged, right? Or at least with more than half of your team, say 3 members. That's already a blessing. But right now, this is not looking very blessed for Team RRQ. They have their hands a little full here. Team Flash, once again, it's looking really dominant here. Just 1 frag per member here in Woon and Quan, but maybe, just maybe, they just want these teams to soften the others up. Just tenderize the meat before they take that a little later.
Oh man, making me hungry now, my man. Yeah. But it's true enough, right? Like, you take those long range shots, it lands, you don't get the elimination, it's fine, but you wear out your opponent's utilities. And when the time comes, have utility advantage against them.
Here we go, Hexes. We already lost No Mercy over here. Hex says he still has a couple teammates here just within the vicinity. Gotta be careful. Just a bit of smoke as well to obstruct that vision. But so far, I am so impressed with Team Flash. They are not moving like youngsters here. I know they're veterans, so I know that these players they came from very good seasons, Sir Cloud. But this is what they want. They want that slow burn when it comes to getting those.
Or maybe try to get a range here, but I guess that's just more of like stamping their presence in this area. Other teams
True.
will come by. But now moving over to 21 NFT Esports, they're making their man. It does seem like they're in a position that they're locking out another team.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. They just want that map advantage, I'd say. They kind of want to make sure that their zone is held. Now we have Boysil with just a couple of medkits here. I don't think he has a lot to work with. If he gets pinched, this is gonna turn out really bad. Oh yeah, he has to get on out of there, but no, he got. Oh my goodness, he was unable to leave. That's very unfortunate. So now let's pan to where 21 NFT will be. Boysil again. That was very tragic.
Oh man, look at that shot from the lower ground. Flip at it. I mean, he's the MVP for a reason, right? So
Yeah.
with that kind of shot, it's hard to pull that shot, especially when you're driving to jump down. You need to hit the target. Bones down on the other side, tries to hit it onto his opponent on the high ground, but we can see how difficult it is for it all.
Yeah, you know, it's not always a case of a drive-by. You gotta be bold with it. You gotta commit to that shot. But you know, sadly, we're looking at a lot more encounters here from 21 FT as well as FG. So man, Ruthless and Babayo, they gotta end this. They have nowhere to go here. So oh wow, forgot we have 5 eliminations already. I think leading the pack here. So I'd say that this is a good spot, but they are of course team number 15 to be eliminated, sadly.
Well, at least they leave an impression not to be forgotten with the 5 eliminations. But hey, I mean, we still have a lot more rounds to go, so I think it can still happen, right? And the points are really close at this time. So the rank play at this point don't really matter. We're focusing on getting the points to matter. As well.
Ow!
For the Infinity, they might lose one player.
Close quarters. Then of course you cannot win against the DPS in that case. We have God Tunny peeling on out of there. He takes some damage with him, but still looking good. Now here, this is what's very dangerous here for HFX, just with a tweet between, but no mineral. Man, there was nowhere to go. He was ripe. He was ripe for the taking there already, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, you're right. He was pinned down behind a tree. No, so the Infinity's on the high ground, and they're just saying to him like, dude, take your vitamins, or in this case, take your minerals.
Minerals.
And unfortunately, he went out.
All right. You know what? Team Flash still looking uber dominant as of this point. We have heavily bleeding so far, but yeah, again, if they manage to bag, and I don't want to jinx it, ladies and gentlemen, if they get this second winner chicken dinner here, Team Flash is gonna be one of those teams to draw their names on the board really early. Still, again, this is what we were talking about, Sir Cloud. They took their time, they chilled, and now they're so far in this without losing a single member.
Yeah, we're at stage 4, and they still remain as a full squad. Let's see here. They were united. Boom, Kagendra, and ZZ. Only 4 teams now full squad, but that might change anytime soon as ZZ now is moving on to ARF. The moment we have visual on them, they're out at number 2.
Oh man, the curse is real for us here, ladies and gentlemen. But again, once again, please don't hate us. We are calling it as it is. And with just a few seconds to go, we are bound to enter stage 5. They did lose one, but a lot of their members are still good to take fights. Let's see if they're able to go toe to toe with a Bigatron Ace, because it looks like they're gonna butt heads in just a few, as well as DPD against Boom. You said it yourself, Sir Cloud. Boom, it could change. It could be one bad choice away from being eliminated.
Yeah. Let's see what can they pull off with, because Boom, they had a couple of changes, so I'm interested to see like how will they perform in this preseason tournament. So I'm also interested to see what might happen way up north, because we got a good amount of teams up there. Does not have the circle, needs to make their way through, and I guess this is the stage where a lot of teams crossing each other, and that's where the crossfire will happen.
Oh man, not looking good. Here we go. Hexen just flushing out GPD, getting a lot of firepower on his way here, but there it is. Just too much to take for DPD. Sadly, the dreams are over for this game, and another elimination for Pygmy. That's what I was talking about. Pygmy, we just blinked and they're gone.
Caster's curse, ladies and gentlemen. But unfortunately for Pygmy, the only team now to not collect a single point after 2 rounds. Now focusing on to the Infinity. That's a long-range shot by 922. Take down a member of ZZ on the side.
Okay, there. Now we have Lobby. Still have Lobby just sight on Bigatron Ace with a bug in between, just a few boulders. This is another El Tradicional when it comes to clashes, right? There's nowhere to go here, honestly. It's just a run situation. You can't really hide, because the moment you do, you're giving away your position, and backup is not always easy to come by. We have 2 members from Team Flash just loitering. I think they're baiting the reactions out here, Sir Cloud. Let's see if they can flush out some members.
Yeah, let's see what Team ZZ can do about it. They have 3 players active. Whereas for Team Flash, they have 4 players still active. They do have the numbers against Team ZZ. But for Bigatron Ace, here we go. 1 knockdown, and Mute is looking to secure her first elimination.
Here we go. Gotta get that baseball arm. Mute just throwing a nade over the direction of Infinity. Gotta be careful. See how Bigatron Ace also loitering. They want to jump in. They want in on the action, and there it is. K922. Beautiful moments earlier from Infinity, but unfortunately they're gonna have to say goodbye. Down to our last 8 teams here.
Wow, CXXZ now in trouble. He is the last member for ZZ. And unfortunately Flash is onto him. Now DEWA United. We have Joel here taken down by Boom, just like that.
And the flush out indeed has happened, ladies and gentlemen. But it is DEWA United right now in a very bad spot. We have Daybot just literally camping right next to the buggy. That's not a lot of cover. One limb caught by one of these scopes, and that's it for them. Boom still looking pretty strong here. One of the teams, actually it's just a couple teams here left. We have Team Flash and Boom. I would not be surprised here, Sir Cloud, if they're the last couple teams. Who makes it out of here alive?
Ooh, and
I see Kagendra as well. Pardon me, there's Kagendra too.
Yeah. Wait, we haven't seen much of Kagendra. Like,
oh boy,
they're still around somewhere.
I'm rubbing my hands together for this one. All right.
Oh man, me too, man. Me too. Both of our teams potentially in the circle or somewhere.
Oh man. No, Kagendra, no, don't listen to me, guys. Don't listen to me. I am not jinxing y'all. But yeah, for now, do what you do. You're okay. You're absolutely okay. See, a bit of healing here from Leon. Yeah, you know, we didn't see them at all, honestly. Up until we did start to mention them, I should have not. I should have absolutely not, Sir Cloud. I should just left them alone.
I mean, this is the way to test your caster's curse, right? Like, if it happens. But realistically, Kagendra on the right side of the circle, they seem to be on the clear, so they should be absolutely fine. But I can't say the same for ZZ. Unfortunately, they were eliminated. I guess we kind of expected that, considering there was only 1 player left and Team Flash was onto him. So that was just a matter of time.
I'd say the same for DEWA United too. You know, I don't want to jinx it this late, because stage 6, this is no joke. 7 teams in stage 6 is actually a lot. So it means that these teams, they really camped out. They held on to their grounds as long as they could. You see, we're going past Rojak already. This is both a blessing and a curse, I'd say. I haven't seen that many Rojak ends, at least for as of late. So let's see how these players are gonna duke it out here. Team Flash again reaching the double-digit mark here, Sir Cloud. They are looking absolutely dominant.
Dude, they are on a rampage at this moment. The only team with a double digit when it comes to eliminations. My goodness, they're just eliminating team after team as they get into the circle. Somebody stop these guys.
Legit, they are gonna be the top 3 here. Now Kagendra, I think they're playing vulture here, just waiting for these animals to start bleeding and go for the kill or go for the finishing blow when they're done. I don't know how they're gonna try to hide this one out, because the circle is no joke anymore, Sir Cloud. There's literally nowhere to go that you won't be spotted, right? This is at most this is what's gonna happen. They have to find a compound that they can't peek or they will not be taken out. So I don't know. DEWA United again, good showing, but it was bound to happen one way or the other. One player, that's all she wrote.
Yeah, that's do with the casters curse, ladies and gentlemen. We're just being realistic with here. I mean, it was like one player all alone, down south, surrounded by other teams. I mean, it was bound to happen at a point. But for Team Flash, now we did talk about like whoever they meet, they eliminate. Now have RRQ in front of them.
Right, and let's not count them out. 2 players, 2 members of any team, they're still better than none, right? They could actually go for an ambush here. So whoever makes that big mistake of rushing in willy-nilly, that's what I was talking about. That's what I was talking about. But this time, in the hands of Boom, they dipped in. They were the third party. So there goes Quan.
Oh, RRQ got a little bit of help there. Excess with the nade on his unfortunately before he was able to throw that. He was taken out, leaving us out alone. Can he get this clutch in? But unfortunately, we still have Korn, who is not going to allow that to happen. 14 eliminates now for Team Flash.
My goodness. And just like that, you know, I kept my hopes up really high for RRQ there, Sir Cloud. But numbers game, can't argue with that. Here we go. This is where it's going to take place. This is probably Judgment Day for Boom. If they're able to hold this fort against FL, then... Oh! Yummy falls victim. And again, this is the clash that we're waiting for here, ladies and gentlemen. Kagendra there. They dipped in as well. We got Shield getting a frag of his own.
Yeah, Kagendra kind of helped Boom a little bit, but they also took out one Boom member. But for Boom is that no one is eliminated yet, so everyone can still be revived. Now, looking at where Kagendra is at this moment, they are the ones locking out Boom at this point. Kagendra, okay. Kagendra's quite spread out in the circle, but they have to get in.
There it is. They are starting to rack up these eliminations, Sir Cloud. You should see the grin on my face. Right now, they do have to put the finishing touches on VOIN, because these players, these couple players right here, they could change the entire complexion if they dip in at the right time. So if they're not found, they gotta be super careful. Both Kagendra. Now I think they want to take out the weakest links, and there it is, Zero already knocked down. Is there gonna be a revive at hand here?
Oh, I don't think he'll have the because now Razy is coming in. Razy's going in for a road rage.
Oh, pay the price!
Razy punished by it at the same time. Looks like a little bit of a trade between the two teams. As Shield will get one for himself. Now Boom is left with one active player. But let's not forget about VOIN. VOIN has been staying quiet. They could be the one to backstab these two teams.
That's what I was talking about, Sir Cloud. If they don't bring out VOIN from where they are, if they do not eliminate VOIN right away, they could be the change in complexion. Just like that Boom a while ago, they were complete, right? But now they're down to their last member. Just because of that mental strain that Kagendra also has to think about. VOIN exists, so they know that if we're not careful, they can be the ones to take us out. And just like that, Boom, with all those chances, all those odds, now sank to 16%.
And yeah, they kind of feel that in the blink of an eye, they lost a couple of members. But now for VOIN with the top
oh no!
They are coming in. Oh man,
okay.
VOIN, the heart of Peter.
Oh man, I'm fixing my seat here. You know, when you say okay, it's game time. That's exactly what I did. I fixed my chair right now, because I am really banking on Kagendra for this one, ladies and gentlemen. Again, Caster's Curse, I do not want to speak in finality just yet. But VOIN, I hate it when I'm right, Sir Cloud. I hate it. That VOIN will be the difference maker here. Because these two guys, they held on for a long time. They got nothing to lose at this point.
Okay. The good news for Kagendra is that, okay, they have high ground against VOIN. VOIN is on the lower ground at this moment. And they do have members, but I mean, it's anyone's game, to be honest. VOIN, could pull a big one.
They can. They just need to even out the numbers here. Just one wrong peek. One small helmet that they can find here. VOIN might be able to put the chances, the odds to their side once again. See how Maxi is right here, just slowly making way back, supposedly up there. And if Maxius gets to secure this particular compound, this watchtower right here, Kagendra will be in trouble, in deep trouble. So see how there's no noise whatsoever. And with Leon donning this AUG, oh man, he needs to be really fast. He has to pull that trigger as soon as he sees something move.
Alright, Shields is circling around trying to bait out the shot from VOIN. I guess he did it. And now VOIN.
Oh, no way!
One more to go. It's 1v2. I mean, the odds are stacked up against VOIN at this moment with Kagendra healing up their member. So, at this moment, I must say, I mean, Nita, this is bad.
I know. Fingers crossed here. Last guy, Starby. He's able to. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. For our second winner chicken dinner, we have Kagendra. And of course, yours truly, getting my first correct prediction of the day.
Dude, your record is still on. Your record is still on. I'm afraid now to go up against you in terms of predictions.
Oh my goodness. So yes, congratulations, of course. I am not the winner here, folks. It is definitely Kagendra. I love it. And only match 2 for the day. So I might jinx myself here. Maybe Sir Cloud's gonna get the next few ones. I don't know, but you know, this is how it is. Kagendra. I felt it earlier, Sir Cloud, that they're gonna be gritty. They're gonna be absolutely mad with how that first turnout was.
Yeah, but if we kind of think about it, right, they played kind of safe. Like, we didn't really see them.
They did.
Until towards the end. And even their total eliminations are 7 eliminations. So they're not like, wow. I mean, yeah, 7 eliminations is something, but it's a 15 or at least a double digit. Something that we're used to seeing when a team gets a chicken dinner. But a chicken's a chicken at the end of the day. I would like to know, like, what was the final score for Team Flash, because the last I saw they ranked in a lot of elimination points.
Yeah, again, they reached their double-digit mark. I believe that was 12 or 13 before they were eliminated. So that's a hefty amount of frags. Not to mention, they were already, I think, within top 8 before they fell. So that's worth noting for Team Flash, right? But of course, Shields right here. We saw him slowly picking off players one by one. And look at this. He was actually one of the players who had the least heals, so he was just at the right place at the right time.
Least heals, most eliminations. I mean, talk about efficiency, right? So he's definitely, he knows what he's doing. And if I remember correctly, like, Shields are the newer members of Kagendra. Because, well, I guess what the clue is that some of them have photos and he doesn't. So if he is in fact a new member or a member, I think Kagendra can sign this guy up.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, good investment. I'd say straight up. But look at that. A lot of utilities, a lot of them nades, all from Team Flash alone. So, yep, the demolition man in me is shouting here, Sir Cloud. So I like it.
Yeah, I mean, you got your first prediction right very, very early on. Okay, give me some time, okay? I'll catch up.
For sure.
Looking at the other teams, okay, Team Watch. Considering that we have Team Flash, like, placed on top of Kagendra, I would say that this is a sign that they collected more points overall as compared to Kagendra. And as a team, that is where it all matters, like, what points. But for bragging rights, it is about the MVP. Lobby from the Infinity got it.
Yeah, you know, this is not a really chunky amount of eliminations for an MVP, yes, but I think it's really his survivability, right? As well as the damage he dealt. So he's one of those players, folks, who may have just wounded a lot of the other players, took some damage for himself, just tagged them on. And again, this explains that. You know, he didn't finish the job, yes, but those really came into play, right? Because that burns utilities.
Yes, and speaking about utilities, right, it's definitely something that, and we got to see a good amount of utilities being expanded in this round. Therefore, looking at the top performers, we have Razy here for Boom with 5 stations, Kwang and Quarantine representing Team Flash still up there. But I guess this is understandable, right? Considering that team got themselves a hefty amount of elimination, so somebody has to be up here.
For sure, for sure. And you know, there were also players here that we don't see in the charts, but I know they had their moments, right? So maybe later, again, it's we're gonna have a redemption arc for the next couple of matches here because it's still gonna be a wrangle for our players. But here we go. Safe to say that with Team Flash, this is what we were talking about. Even after Kagendra took the victory, the second winner chicken dinner for today, it's still Team Flash who managed to come out on top for match number 2 simply because of their trigger happy members in the best way, of course, Sir Cloud, with 18 points already.
Yeah, but that's also the meta that you talked about, right? Like teams focusing on elimination points. And for Team Flash, just look at this. They only got 4 points and 14 elimination points. They're all the way up there. So I guess that is the current meta to play with. And teams who try to focus on ranks instead, well, just look at what the chance. Like VOIN, they got 6, which pretty much up there.
Yeah.
But they only got 7 points in total. So now we do see the trade-off here.
Man, okay, now big smile on my face with 305 throwables.
Wow.
Guys. Amazing leap from 89 earlier. Now we have, I think, quadruple of that amount, I'd say, because these players, they had to do it. You know, we're in ERANGEL, a lot of houses. You gotta flush players out from their compound, so it's a natural sight to see. But so far, this is where we are for our game, for our day number 1 here at the preliminaries. Team Flash leading the pack 41, and the next best team is 20 points away.
And they can potentially like just drop this game. Doesn't matter. They'll probably still be at number 1 and definitely still be in the top 5 because, right, ladies and gentlemen, it is the prelim stage. What matters is to be in the top 5. It doesn't matter whether you're number 1 or number 2. As long as top 5, you're cool. But on page 2, unfortunately for Pigma Esports, the only team to not get a single point at this stage, they really have to work out something. If not, the gap will be too big for them to catch up.
Yeah, and so far we know for a fact that Playbook, HFX, that's pretty close to it. But yeah, the pressure I believe is on Pigmine right here, Sir Cloud. I have nothing else to add to that except that they gotta step up, at least for this particular game. They have to put in a number one way or the other. Otherwise, it's an early goodbye. But you know, it's pretty early. We have 4. Maybe they're actually waiting for Miramar. It could be their comfort map.
Yeah, I mean, historically, we have seen like teams getting like 4 or 5 chicken dinners in a day. So I'm not going to rule out that possibly for Big Buy. So we'll keep that in mind as well in case something like that happens. But ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the next round, we'll be taking a short break. So don't go anywhere. My name is Cloud together with Pika. We'll see you guys in a bit.
are entering the halfway mark, ladies and gentlemen, of our day number 1 here at Clash of Giants Season 3. My name is Pika, joined by Sir Cloud, and we just witnessed our very first ERANGEL map for the day.
Yes, and so far 2 rounds that we have seen, Team Flash is still consistent with the points. Now, for them, Chicken, yes, great. They got the first one. Second one, although they didn't, but it didn't really matter for us. They came out as the top eliminators, and they still got the most points in a single round. And they have created a 20-point gap between them and the second place Boom.
Man, that is already saying something here, ladies and gentlemen. But yes, this is exactly where we're at right now, at least for some of our teams. These names, I'm pretty sure a lot of you have heard of these amazing, you know, these groups right here, these cliques, if I may. I'm a huge fan, by the way, of Stalwart Esports. Just to say it out there, Sir Cloud.
Aha, okay, so now we know which team has been cursed. Yeah, but maybe the curse will like go away, because this is what's going to happen at the group stage, at the survival stage. All these amazing teams will be there, joined in by the 3 teams that qualified from the prelims from C and 2 from South Asia. And for group, same as well. 3 teams from C and 2 from South Asia will move on. Look at these amazing names out there. IHC Esports, the global champion, is waiting in Group B.
Not to mention the usual suspect that I always say, 7th element. We have the Xavier, Bigatron Red Villains, right? Making a nasty impact from Season 2. I'd say Xerxia Esports as well, another dark horse sometimes, you know, every now and then, Sir Cloud. But again, they're going to be waiting for whoever makes it out of here. The prelims are already looking nuts.
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, the prelims, we can see which are really going for it, like going for the eliminations especially. And this is probably the meta that will be brought forward to like the survival stage onwards. Because even if you look at like the previous PMGC or the latest PMGC, I won by dominating the lobby, by getting the most elimination points. Only team to have ranked 3 digits in terms of elimination points to clinch that champion, to be the world champions. That is definitely going to inspire a lot of these teams to do this.
3 digits, right? That's not a joke. What is this ranked? What is this, a grind? No, this ain't scrims. This is a tournament. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna head on to our next map. But before that, of course, we're back to the hot seat here when it comes to our predictions. So you know what? I'm putting my cards this time on another, my opinion, a team that wants their run back, and they're still kind of scolding hot so far. I'm gonna put it on Team Flash this time.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
Bring in the big boys, yeah?
I will. I'm not shy. I'm gonna go for them.
Bring in the big boys. Okay, I'm gonna stick to, I'm gonna be a little bit boring for this round. I'm gonna stick to Boom just because how close they came again. Like,
You're
yeah,
not wrong.
second place, right? So I mean, if you were to bring out the big guns, like you know, I might as well bring out the second biggest gun, which is Boom.
In this case, you know, I got the S12K, you got the DBS right there. So really not far off. I like that. So far, guys, it's a 1-0 for me. It's a 1-0 between me and Sir Cloud. So I want to bring home a prize for this, if ever there is. But in case there isn't,
you know what? You know what? They should make like a trophy for like caster predictions.
Predictions, yeah.
Yeah.
You hear that, Mission Control? We're most likely gonna talk about that very soon. But yeah, anyway, this is match number 3 and map number 2, technically here for our prelims. So we're back to ERANGEL. Now, safe to assume here, a lot of these players have taken notes, right? Not to mention their drop-offs, because for 2 matches now, everything was eastbound.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so yeah, you're right. Every round went pretty much out. So I'm still I'm hoping to see that military base circle. I know it's still pretty early for me to ask for it, but that kind of circle really will be the test for who will be the best team. Especially like, okay, if you have like a northern flight path like earlier, and military base is like kind of far for these teams to drop straight in, and you have that kind of circle, man, that will really be the best test for all these teams.
That's true. It's gonna be a skill issue thing, you know, safe to assume when it comes to getting off at military base. Some teams that I've seen in the past as well, folks, not to compare, but they go head on. Like they jump without hesitation straight to military base, even if say they don't get off the plane right away. Like they don't drop the very early stages. Say even if they're like northbound or southbound rather. So what that means is if you're southbound, you have to be the last team to get off the plane so that you're near to military base. But even if it's the other way around, I know some teams who just really want to be there to get that loot advantage, right? And maybe they're kind of playing reverse Uno. I'd say that, oh no, this is a hot drop. Maybe some teams won't go here, or will they? You know, kind of like that.
But you know what? I think that one team that might change the drop slot might be Pictron Ace, because they clashed with a Team Flash in Yasnaya. And their early clash, they lost one player. So I think that's also a signal to them that, okay, you know, a Team Flash is there. They are hot right now. So I don't think we want to like kill the Tiger again. So might as well like move to somewhere else. And the last we saw, like there's still a decent amount of places that can be played. If I were to remember, like Kameshki, somewhere on the northeast side is kind of open as well. North Jogopul or North Jogopul on the northwest side is kind of open as well. So still a good amount of options for these teams to be at a place where it's safe enough for them to have.
Yeah, we didn't really see much school like a while ago, hardly.
Oh, yeah.
So that's also pretty unusual for me, because I hardly had an encounter where in school was, you know, it wasn't an idea. But some of these players, maybe they have something different up their sleeves. So towards the end, I'd want to point out some of the moments that I really liked, especially the baiting, because being down to the last 5, maybe 4 teams at the bare minimum, you want to flush them out. So with VOIN being that close to actually being the victors of our game number 2, that also strikes a bit of fear in me. You know, I think they're gonna take notes on what happened there.
Yeah, you're right. VOIN is an interesting team. I think that, like, if we were to have a second prediction, I will probably put VOIN up there as well. They have something in them, and just because it's mentioned by Peter right now, so I guess maybe they might be the one to do it.
And again, these are some of the teams that consider kind of dark horses, right? But it's even at this point, it's unfair to judge them that way, because this is only the start of our prelims. Maybe we don't know yet who the real dark horses are or who the wild cards are. Yes, they got in different manners, such as qualifying, or invited, but nevertheless, these teams, they're all heavy hitters. We've seen that in Team Flash. So, you know, they're leading the herd with 41 points so far. That's already saying something. But now, we're going to go for a take 2 here at ERANGEL.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Take 2 it is, inside of ERANGEL, match number 3 for today. And we will be at the halfway mark after this. Here we go. White path. Looks like it's going to pass by military base, but will it end?
Oh man. Okay, who's gonna be brave enough to make that initial jump so far? Because yeah, there it is. As I mentioned earlier, I hate it when I say it, because the gods of the drops have granted us as a northbound flight path. Now, here we go, Infinity. But you know what? Never mind. Even Pig Mai over here, they're also going for the kill. Big drops and VOIN. Oh my goodness.
Oh, this is gonna be fun down there, all the way down south. But okay, so for them, dropping the military base is their home ground. It's somewhere that they drop regularly. So if there's any knowledge advantage, it's definitely onto the Infinity now. It's not only about knowledge, right? It's also about gun skill. It's also about like what sort of loot that you get the moment you land, a little bit of RNG here and there. So we'll see a interesting clash down south for sure.
Man, I don't know what to expect from this, but if I'm really understanding this right, we already have action underway. I've heard some gunshots already. Look at where the circle is landing. So we're gonna have Mills of Power as one of the points here for these players to home. That cannot be good.
Oh man. And you know what? It could still go anywhere, right? Like it could still go down to Novo,
Yes.
down on the southern island. And if it happens, it's going to be really tough for a lot of these teams. Majority of them obviously want to the main peninsula, so that's where they'll need to race all the way down south. But racing down south, looking at where the position of VOIN is at, a couple of players got a vehicle on the area of farm, and they seem to be heading down south. So Novo could be their destination.
And then, you know, the time burns that we're gonna see will definitely land by the water. I'm pretty sure that some of our teams are gonna consider taking a dip, maybe, you know, just to burn the clock. Let's see. Right now, we have a Billbot over here. I think that's a DP28 he's holding. So maybe, just maybe, trying to just trying to wind down the clock a little. And Infinity, as we said, they are very brave when it came to that military base drop. So I don't know. It's this could be early action, but so far the silence is deafening.
I do like Billbot's position though.
Mhm.
He has a vantage point. The moment any of the team members of the Infinity step out, like he can take that shot. And if they got a knockdown to anyone from the Infinity, they immediately have the man advantage.
Oh.
Without the man advantage, they went in and they might lose too.
Oh man, and yeah, again, the weapon variety over here. We have a PSS on God Tunny over here, so I hardly see that now. But and not much ammunitions to actually go around. Got to be careful engaging those shots. But yes, the action has started. Billbot, you said it clearly there, Sir Cloud. Billbot being the heavy gunner over there with a DP28 picks one right off.
Yeah, and now leaving the Infinity with only one player left, and the fact that Alan was shot at, they know
Yeah,
exactly
they
where
know.
he is. I'll get out of this. Okay, he's locked in. Okay, there you go. Right. No longer a discussion point.
I like that. That's very cinematic. So with Billbot being the, I'd say the pacemaker, you know, for this entire sequence, with Big MY, I'm happy. They're already looking good, Sir Cloud. This already flipped the script for this team because coming off of an all-0, they now have 4 eliminations straight up. They are the leader so far. I just don't know how long they can keep this momentum up because it's very early. We're not even halfway to stage 1, but so far we have Team Flash. Once again, we saw them do this earlier, Sir Cloud. They take their time, but when the going gets tough, boy, do they punch back.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This time around, at least they're not punching back onto Bigatron Ace. So Bigatron Ace taking the southern side of Yasnaya, Team Flash taking the southern side instead. But if I were to say like which area has like the better loot, the southern definitely has a lot more loot as compared to the northern side of Yasnaya. So with that being said, the Team Flash still has the advantage against a Bigatron Ace. So Bigatron Ace, knowing in fact it's not a team that they want to try to push at this early stage.
Oh man. Okay. So yeah, VOIN. Okay. I always have an internal slow clap for VOIN, Sir Cloud. The way that they performed for game number 2. I am super amazed by how that happened, right? And despite the fact that they were only 2 members who made it to the very end of our game 2, of our match number 2, I still believe that there's more to them than what we're seeing right now. Speaking of what we're seeing, we did not see Infinity. Not that much, at least anymore. They're the first team to exit, so pretty sad. If they even dropped, so
Yeah, VOIN. We didn't get to see them just yet. But if we kind of remember how VOIN played earlier on, I guess they also one of the teams that kind of stayed a little bit quiet. Like they
Yeah.
only show up towards the end. So it could be the same case this time. And considering that they like in the top 5 at this moment, I guess the strategy again is just to be in the top qualify onto the next round. So it's not about being the number 1. As long as you remain quiet, like you rank it. But for Boom, they're not happy with only based on points. They're going in for the eliminations now.
yeah, you know, I'm holding up that jersey for 2 games in a row now, Sir Cloud. I think they heard you. So that's where it is. They got a ton of damage for a couple members, but yeah, no one knocked down just yet. Hexa has right here. gotta stand his ground a little. He knows he's gonna get taken out here if he does not move. Oh, jump man! Oh
no! Was it me or did he not had a weapon when the jump shot happened?
Yeah, I think either he hosted it or he didn't have any at all. It looked like he didn't.
I mean, if that was the case, we gotta look back at it because it happened fast, right? But if he was holstering the weapon, I would have a lot of questions here.
Yeah, that was pretty odd, all things considered. But yeah, VOIN just taking sweet time. We saw their actions earlier, but this leaves RRQ just getting out and dodge. They have 2 members remaining. But there it is. Maxius catches sight of another member from RRQ, and as we say that, we have, I think that was DBD scoring a little bit this early on, or at least getting a knockdown.
Oh, Boom is not done yet though. Now they are on the RRQ, but Poppets on his knees.
Oh, but Passa!
Oh, wait a second, oh no!
Oh no!
What just happened?
They walked right into the trap. Oh, okay, wow, catches Akul on the leg. Oh my gosh. No mercy falls victim to Yummy there. Now Boom and RRQ, this is absolutely personal, Sir Cloud.
Oh yeah, they definitely want to settle the score here. Oh, Molly, nowhere to go. It was either he jumped down and gets shot by the DS or gets burned to death. So, pick a poison.
Yeah, man. Double negative in that situation.
Man.
Okay, I like this. This is a very interesting game we're seeing so far. So, very tough choices. Very strange choices as well. So, my goodness. I don't know. Is it the map lag that we're talking about? Are 2 ERANGELs too much in a row? But yes, this is as we anticipated, Sir Cloud. We have Milta Power being a hot spot so far for these players to gather, and it's safe to assume someone's already wet. At least, what I mean by that is they're dipped.
Ooh. Oh man, I'm just trying to imagine like there's so little space right now. It's about 50% water with this kind of circle, hence it's we might see a lot more early clashes or early fights because of this kind of circle. So it's gonna be really bloody this round.
Okay, now sadly though, PBE down to their last man. Not looking good for the 3rd game in a row here for PBE. Unable to rack up a good amount of frags. Not even placing high enough, sadly though. But let's see, maybe, just maybe, survival of the fittest, PBE might just be on their way. Oh right, forget it. I was about to say that. PBE is still in the lead rather, but they do have a bit of a frag deficit here compared to the other teams. I don't know, Sir Cloud. I'm keeping my hopes up for the boys from the field.
Yeah, I do hope that they go through as well. I've been talking to someone when I was in Manila recently, talking about like I do hope CB does well because their performance would also uplift the country in the Philippines, and they are not only representing themselves at this point. Because they're always the only Filipino team, like and Southeast Asia onwards, right? So they represent the community, the country as well. So I mean, there's a lot of eyes onto them. So I do hope that they do this and try to put in a good performance for the Filipino community.
That's right. Being the sole representative of the Philippines, right? You're right about that. They have sights set on them by the whole community. So apart from that, I know for a fact that they're gonna try to learn from each and every game that they get to. Yeah, just like that. They have 2 eliminations already and back to being healthy there. So yeah, pardon me here. We have all the members of PBE just I think in a bit of a scatter, but at the same time I think they're trying to gather information because they heard a lot of gunfire. I am certain of it because with the previous eliminations of Infinity and RRQ, I'm pretty sure they're looking confident that they haven't been I'd say wounded badly just yet.
At least a good start for them. The fact that they got themselves 2 elimination points by taking out 2 members of Picatron Ace. So hopefully that's a boost to their momentum coming onto this round because this round is really tough. Okay, just look at the circle. It will definitely shrink onto the main peninsula and it's going to be tucked onto the corner of it. I would say the toughest one now would be Big Mine. Just look at where they are. They're all the way down south. And if they're swimming with the blue on top of them, there's no way they can heal while they swim.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. One way or the other, a team is going to get drenched, right? They're going to have to cross that perilous path back to the safe zone. So, yeah, in this case, it's Big Man. They looked really strong earlier as well, Sir Cloud. Yeah, they do have a bit of damage here, but with 4 eliminations, they were at one point the strongest team in this particular match. Only followed by, or rather only tied to Boom, but Boom already lost 2 players. So at this point, statistically, Big Man is still looking very healthy.
Yeah, and let's not forget Flash as well, our star team. Still a full squad. And now we do have them on screen. And looking at their current position, it does seem that there's some in the middle of the circle. So they have that opportunity to hold on to the a little bit more longer than the other teams. And also to try to stop other teams from making those rotations just because of how they position themselves with that sniper tower.
Yeah, you make those fair points, Sir Cloud, when it came to I'd say gatekeeping, because some of these teams, they wanna get to that high ground quite fast, but sometimes it's also bad if you're too hasty, right? Like if you get to the high ground right away, without the stages, without the right timing, then you're probably gonna end up vacating it as well. Because right now it's stage 3, I'd say this is still very early, and we still have 16 teams. So this means that a lot of these players are taking things absolutely at a snail's pace.
Wow, one boy got on the Warrior. So looks like a PvE. They are starting to find their momentum. I know it's still a little bit too early. We're still at like 16 teams at stage 2, stage 3. So not going to put up my hopes too high yet. With this sort of start from Playbook Esports, it's a good sign.
It is. So yeah, a bit of damage, a good enough amount of resources, I'd say. But they also cannot afford at this point, in my opinion, to use their resources right away. Because there's so many teams, right? There's so many threats around you. You can't afford to engage. That's what VOIN did earlier, I'd say. They were very wise not to pull the trigger when they did. So, here we go. Speaking of pulling triggers, yes.
One boy gets one for himself, and that's going to be another point. 4 elimination points now for Esports. Although Momo is drenching himself in the blue, but he should have easy access in. Looking at the minimap, there's not many teams to challenge the North.
That's what we were talking about. Somebody's swimming already from Big Mai. They have to get in there. They have to get in the safe zone.
Where is it going to go? All right. Circle goes up to the 100, it seems. So now it's going to be, well, I wouldn't say it's challenging for PBE. It's still okay. For PBE, they should have an okay entry in, but a slow approach onto the high ground since there's already another team.
Right, don't look now, Sir Cloud. We also have a DEWA United still complete, but I don't think that they want to engage this early on, right? Good positioning, I'd say. I think they're really outnumbered here, but a lot of these teams is trying to position themselves where there's a lot of things for them. Now, Big Mike, oh my goodness, 5 eliminations. Okay, definitely on the board here, Sir Cloud. We can't be nagging at them anymore.
Wow, yes, so ring 5. Okay. Still at 16 teams. They gotta still do the business here. Linux knocked down by another member of I, and they're looking for the next one. Ramones on the other side. The name of the toss on the Ramones, and look at the name by Billboard. Man, advertising services.
There we go. 3 points for Billboard right there. Nice. Oh, I'd say. And getting, yep, there's finishing touches. Had to take that out. Oh, toying with his food a little bit as well. Trombones. My gosh, the team has to take note of that because no backup whatsoever, nowhere in sight. So, man, that must have stung.
Yeah, right. Being a little more challenge, at least not making the top 5 teams be comfortable in their current position. But as we comfort, KAGENDRA right now, and they have been challenged but we don't want to play Ruthless. Almost getting knocked. Going he has to reload. One more time.
Hey! Good try from Ruthless. over there, but the 8K is just a little too strong. Oh man, okay, that bad grade from Rabeo right there puts him on his knees. Blue Vortex gets a bit of vengeance as well from Voxy, and just like that, CE out of the equation. Oh man.
Coming in with 5 eliminations and they're not stopping it now. They're trying to take out VOIN, who's currently their neighbor. But KAGENDRA, unfortunately, they're playing 3 players and they're on the outside of the circle, so they need to do this fast.
Speaking of fast, these teams are picking up the pace. We're already at stage 4, Sir Cloud. Now from 16, we are down to 12. And VOIN falling like flies here. Oh my goodness. You see this encounter right here from KAGENDRA and VOIN. It's looking a little too serious over here. High ground on the side of Zero. The blue zone right here is gonna start closing in. Jawir and Lexa, they have to vacate this. They have to abandon these boulders, try to go for better cover, and again, numbers game not on their side. So are we gonna see the same calculated, calm and collected VOIN as we did in game number 2?
But you know what? There's also HFX on the other side as well. So VOIN is not having a good time at this moment. But KAGENDRA, the high ground advantage, they may even lock out HFX, but it doesn't really matter at this point because the circle moved away from them. They have to find a way to win these fights and get in.
And easier said than done as well there, Sir Cloud. It's pretty tough mountain to climb. I mean that both figuratively and literally. Because KAGENDRA over here, they do have a good amount of high ground tree cover. I wish I could see them more, how their resources are looking like. There we go. Still a good amount of medkits here for Zero. Great armor health as well. So what this could mean is he can take a couple gunfights, maybe even fish out some players who can't see him. So let's see if that's gonna be. Yes. Gotta warm up the elbow here, Zero. I think he got somebody with that.
Yeah, he got Lexa there. The second hit did not connect. And Lexa managed to heal up, so he's A-OK now. Now the question is that how is he going to get it? So Zero is still locking it out. Jawir is in a sticky situation now. Only 50% of health without a vehicle. I don't know how he's out of this.
Really tough call here, especially from on the side of, I'd say for DBD. They're out in the open, right? And Neon, there we go. One more pick off. I like this position that Neon is, right? He doesn't have backup, but yes, the real estate advantage definitely on his side.
Yeah, he does have. They do have a compound to work with, so that's going to be their fortress for now. Neon with the nade, going to put pressure on the Jimmy OP. Jimmy on the other side. And the bad news for him is that the blue is just right behind him, so if anyone's going to feel the wrath of the blue, it's him.
So there we go. We jinxed Pigmire there, but 8 eliminations, still looking really good. However, I don't think that there will be no points. There will be no placement points in that case, not making the top 8. But a very big leap from where they were earlier on in the standings. So it's a good amount of points. But no, the burn! No, that is so tragic. No, Neon. I was just talking so much flowery stuff, but of course, Caster's
and then Nirvana knocked down by Jaro, so Jimmy OP got a little bit of help from Playbook Esports. But with that being said, Playbook Esports around the corner gather as many elimination points as possible while Jimmy OP is trying to get away from the blue. Jimmy OP gets in with the UM. Jimmy OP knocks down Blue. That's going to be a side match to kill that elimination. Unfortunately, still eliminated at number 9.
Yeah, I kind of had a foresight of that, Sir Cloud, because DBD, they were not at a good spot, right? Everyone had their eyes set on them, even ARF. And speaking of ARF, there it is. Gerald puts Nirvana out of his misery. Now, away from the zone, they go. They have to be uber careful on this one. But that also means less and less cover moving forward. 7 teams remaining here. Monboy. There it is, ARF eliminated, but wow, okay, just when we saw some light here for PPE, 2 already down.
Yeah, okay, at least the good news is that they got the elimination points as of now. And they still have 2 members alive, so anything can still happen. They can still rank in the point. And looking at the circle, it does favor towards PBE, who has the high ground. Same goes for Esports as well. And Bigatron Ace, so 3 teams in the circle. Now it's their duty to safeguard their compound, the position that they're at.
We have FG and ZZ as well as Team Flash. Of course, it's Team Flash. Still holding their ground. Gotta keep that numbers advantage up. Now, I don't know about ZZ, right? We didn't see much action from them. Yes, there are 4 elimination points already, but they started to mellow down just along the way. We saw a lot of teams exchanging fire, but not ZZ though. There it is with a mini 14, putting the finishing touches on one more member. I did not see actually who ZZ eliminated just then, but it is 5 eliminations.
The only team representing Korea waving the
that's
flag, hoping to make it into the top 5 at least. And they're still not too far away. I mean, they got themselves 11 points in total as of now. So for Bigatron Ace, they do have the circle, but they don't have the power, unfortunately. Only 2 players alive. But for Kagendra, here we go. They need to fight through.
If I didn't vote for them in this game and they won, I would be so upset. Because I really have absolute faith in Kagendra. And just like that, you know, Sir Cloud, they're still showing us why they earned that spot for the chicken dinner earlier. They learned their lessons. They stay composed. Yes, and with just 1 member, but they're still okay. With 3 members remaining, they're basically tied with Team Flash, and maybe just maybe soon with Team ZZ. They're not looking pretty good here. Let's get a pan out.
I have North right now because there could be an engagement with Boom, but speaking about Boom!
Oh, you're right.
Ended on the Kagendra, and now Kagendra is falling apart, but Team ZZ is the one to steal away the points.
Oh man, I spoke too soon. Okay, I don't feel bad anymore. But with Kagendra here, 1 more player remaining, guys. Let's see how this is going to turn out for ZZ. They have 2 members down, and still a very salvageable situation, I would dare say. That is, of course, if they're able to get to their teammates right away. But no, Yummy got picked off by 1,000 cuts by Wu. Nasty stuff. Okay, you do not want to be in this position, Babayo.
Oh, Babayo, lower ground, but guess me still. Babayo, oh, that nade onto him. That took a bit out of Babayo. Find space to reset, but unfortunately,
no way!
Ooh, knocked out by Babayo. Traded back by Michi on the side.
Okay, I like that exchange. Right? So, it's basically a cat and mouse chase over there, but with a bit of backup. They had a big gun up top. Now we're at stage 6 with still 7 teams. Again, that's still quite a lot. So these players, they have to make haste. I know that they know who's wounded and who isn't. I can't say that Ruthless, however, is gonna look healthier in the longer scheme of things. Only has 1 medkit, and this is Yams, I think. Yeah. So Yams now has to play the bigger man, supposedly here. Oh, but that nade once again, Sir Cloud, a pain in the butt.
Well, those moments are what you look for, right? The nade raining onto him, putting a lot of pressure, but Ruthless needing a single need to take out the last member of Playbook Esports, but a good win here by Playbook Esports. Number 7 with 8 elimination points, not gonna complete.
Yeah, there it is. I'd say at least this time they put themselves on the board a little higher up. That's gonna shake up that second page of our standings later. Now with 6 teams remaining, Team of Flash still on a tear here. And I'd say the same for Kagendra with the last player remaining. Oh no, but there goes the call. There goes the call, Sir Cloud. Boom Esports out of there.
Well, Team Flash still in this with the most members alive. And they obviously have the highest percentage now to get this chicken dinner. But of course, it comes down to what happens. Right? ZZ, they can revive all their players. They'll be the only team with a full squad after they do.
I am so nervous right now for Team Flash, I swear. Because a while ago, this same situation happened with the last 2 members, but able to take out the process. Now with Bigatron Ace, 2 members, this is a 2v2 that I'm sure ZZ and Team Flash have to wait out. ZZ is still complete. So, my goodness, this is a very intense top 4 we're looking at. Already at 6 elimination here, Team Flash, they lost 1, but I don't know, patience is the name of the game at this point, Sir Cloud.
I mean, if ZZ can pull off dinner, this will be crazy. Because we haven't seen much of ZZ before this.
Right?
And they do that now. Yeah. And that's going to be a statement here coming in from Korea. And ZZ the current position, they not only have the high ground, they do have circle still, but we still have stage 8 just to look out for.
That is so sad right here for these teams not being able to make it to the high ground. This is where ZZ might just take everything, right? There's always strength in numbers. Now, the closest battle we have here is Team Flash. However, it is still a duel between FG and I'd say for Bigatron A. So whoever here draws first blood and lessens the numbers will have a big advantage.
Go to circle, shift it south, so it's going to be hard for Forgotten now. Despite them having a high ground, but it is tough anyway. So let's see how they're going to get out of this sticky spot. In my opinion, the toughest one is going to be Team Flash because they're on the other side of the road with circle, and look at all these eyes onto them, including ZZ. It's going to be real hard for Team Flash.
Oh my, Forgotten. This is also a very tough road for them with the least survivability chance here so far. They have to call a truce here, maybe a ceasefire with Bigatron Ace. They gotta be careful here because these two strong mammoth teams that we have so far, ZZ and Team Flash, they have to take each other out. Oh my gosh! And just like that, eliminated. I am also out of the picture, Sir Klaus.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, they had nowhere to go, right? So, yeah, unless they could win like major fight, either way, it's gonna be hard considering that DZ had the high ground. Forgotten trying to get into the so having a hard time right now. Again, it's ZZ stopping them.
And I think there really should be a bit of a pause here between the Bigatron Ace and Forgotten. Because even with both teams combined, ZZ still looks really healthy, really unstoppable. There are already 2 members on their knees, so it's safe to assume that both these teams are gonna boil down. Never mind, at least Bigatron Ace is gonna be down to 1v2, v4. So tough call, and just like that, eliminated.
Yeah, and looks like a ZZ with a 76% chance of getting this chicken dinner. They seem to be able to do it. This one that they have, there's almost nowhere for Forgotten to go. Like, they've been pinned out at the corner. The moment they show themselves up on top of this hill, that's it. So we can shoot them.
And this is a bit of a hemorrhage on the side of Forgotten because again down to 2. Look at the positioning right now that ZZ is. They're bleeding from the inside. They know for a fact that this is such a tall order for them to succeed in. The blue zone already closing in, pushing them forward. They have no choice here, Sir Cloud. They have to either get to that compound and hold the fort as long as possible. Maybe force ZZ to go to them, but even that is almost impossible to recover from.
Oh, Vortex managed to get onto the compound. Now, how about Ruthless? I don't think he has enough, but he'll be forced to move anyway thanks to the blue. But because he has his teammate as a mark moves in onto Vortex's position, but that also means that ZZ knows exactly where they are.
At this point, they're just gonna have to flush out Forgotten. It's gonna be a waste of this compound, and even if they take out one, I don't think they're gonna be able to power for members. And there goes Ruthless. It's only a matter of time now, folks. One on their knees. There's Ruthless. One more to go, and that is all she wrote for game number 3. Our third winner chicken dinner goes to Korea's ZZ.
Well, note back to ZZ, but honestly, it wouldn't be one of the first few names on my prediction list. But it's nice to see the teams that are coming in not within our prediction range, proving us wrong, and hopefully be able to challenge for the top 5.
Yeah, that's true. They looked really calculated in this game, Sir Cloud. We saw them a little earlier on, just slowly dipping their feet in the water, see if the teams are gonna gun for them. And as soon as they saw some clear spots, right, seeing some vantage point that they can play around, they just took their sweet time, making it all the way to the end with a good amount of eliminations, not dropping a single member, by the way. So that's saying something.
Yeah, I mean that's a good point, right? Like, you win clean, you didn't give any points away to your opponents. I mean, that is a statement here from Team ZZ from Korea, the only representative from Korea. Due to the survival stage, of course, but for now, Team ZZ looking pretty nice this round, considering that the circle was kind of difficult as well because it was tucked into the corner, and any corner circles are always hard. And if you kind of think about it, ZZ, they didn't have the best of circles as well. They needed to fight their way through, and they still fight with a full squad.
Man, I like this. I like the fact that we don't have a repeater so far in our series today. So this just goes to show, Sir Cloud, anything really can happen. And you know what? I'll speak for the both of us. We both came really close with our predictions, not gonna lie. So with both Boom and Team Flash, I'd say, yeah, good looking out for these players. Now, of course, ZZ and Kagendra, just two of the really formidable teams. And look at this, look at these teams to watch. Not a single team here as well, represented twice. So we have Korea, we have Indo, then we also have a PBE earlier. I'll give my flowers to them, by the way, Sir Cloud, because again, this is the best they've shown us so far.
Wow, and this is also the fun today that the team that got the chicken dinner also got the MVP award. So DXXN, hopefully I didn't butcher the name. Yeah, he's the MVP for this round with 4 nations, 837 damage, and obviously the most survival time since they all survived anyway.
And half an hour. Like, if you think about it, that's a long time for you to survive and not drop, you know. You didn't fall amidst all the pressure, so that's good stuff. Here we go. So again, from ZZ, we have Chicken. My goodness, with 7 eliminations.
Man, that name. It's
I know.
Like, okay,
I know.
dinner and chicken. I mean, it all just comes together, right?
It's a premonition, right?
It's a premonition. I know, right? Maybe getting the MVP award at some point. That'll be pretty nice. They'll make a nice meme. But it's also nice to see that up there. I mean, this guy is the OG player in Filipino scene at this point. I would say the high achiever in the Filipino PUBG scene is definitely on board with that bronze from SEA Games, and it's nice to see it out there. I do hope that PvP remains consistent, because they always have this up and down sort of situation.
Yeah, kind of like a flat line type of street, right? So hopefully PBES, they do pull through, and just like that, as we mentioned earlier, that's gonna be a big chunk for PBE to hold on. See where they are. They even surpassed Boom, right? Surpassed a lot of teams from where they were earlier. I'd say the same for Pigmy as well. The only difference here is that PBE managed to score 1 placement point. That's the biggest difference that they have with Pigmy. But all things considered, our teams from page 2, they got something. They got something cooking.
Good as well. Team Flash, they have not had a round that does not come with a double digit. So 3 rounds that they played, every round is a double digit. Even this round is 10 points. Borderline, but it's still a double digit. So they're still really consistent up there. And considering Boom did not gather as many points as they did, the gap would have been there. Like, okay, let's look at, speaking about the gap, right? So now look at the gap. It's like what? 30? Oh no, it's still 20. It's 19 points.
19.
21 point gap.
21 rather. 21. Yeah, there it is.
21.
My goodness. Okay, so Team Flash still leading the pack right here. Still a big amount of points to catch up on. But the shakeup that we were talking about, really, maybe not for this page, but for page 2, I'm pretty sure that's gonna look quite different from what we saw earlier. Forgotten also was really close. You see how they moved up quite a bit. Good amount of points right there, and that's what we're talking about. Playbook Esports almost making it to page 1 here, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, they're getting real close now. Okay, a great improvement in Esports to move themselves up 6 notches to number 10. Small mover as well. Pigmy Esports finally getting points on the board, because like dead 0 for them for 2 rounds, and in this round 8 points collected, at least not the last team. But unfortunately, because of that, for HFX Esports, they're down to last place as of now with 3 points. So speaking about points, we only have 3 teams with a single digit as of now. RRQ, Pigmy, as well as and these teams, they'll be looking to come out of that.
Yeah, I'm also keeping my hopes up for the rest of our teams because we're already seeing how they're pushing for the skies here, Sir Cloud. It is amazing how just 3 games in, and we're already seeing a crazy change in complexion for our players.
But we may see more changes here, ladies and gentlemen, because we've still got 3 more rounds to go. But before we move on to our next round, as usual, we'll be taking a breather. We'll allow them to take their breather as well. We'll see you guys after this break. We are back at the Clash of Giants Season 3, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing seems to be stopping Team Flash as they're still consistent with a double-digit haul every single round. My name is Sir Cloud Speaker, and we'll still be keeping an eye on to Team Flash, whether they can still be as consistent as they are.
Because right now, so many other teams are also capturing our attention, right? But despite the fact that Team Flash is still the most dominant team that we have so far. Now, with that previous chicken dinner that we had in ZZ, I can already tell that maybe, just maybe, I hope I'm wrong in this, that another team is gonna want their name up there. At least for the last map that we have, I believe, of our ERANGEL. So after this, we're gonna go back to the land of sand. But this third time's a charm belief, I don't know. I don't know who's gonna be up here, Sir Cloud.
Man, it's a tough one, right? I mean, like, the odds is for us to get the right prediction is like 1 out of 18. So, in case you just joined us, ladies and gentlemen, look at this. It's nice to see like different nations getting their there, right? So, we got game 1 with Team Flash getting chicken dinner. Game 2, it was KAGENDRA representing Indonesia. And game 3, it was ZZ representing Korea. It could be another nation here. for our third video today?
Yeah, I don't want to predict because of the jinx, right? I believe so much that if we say it in finality, it might not happen. But sadly, though, we have to come up with one, at least per game. So for match number 4, you know what? I'm gonna lean on to my cards as well. I'm gonna go back to Kagendra for this one.
Right, getting serious in the predictions here.
Yeah, yeah.
Getting serious with that. Okay, I'm gonna go with because I want to see the narrative of like different nations getting chicken dinners today. So I predicted my homeboys DVD. Gonna go for someone else. I'm probably gonna go for the Infinity from Thailand. The Infinity
Okay.
level from Thailand. The only representative in this group.
I like that. I like the commitment, you know. But yeah, you know, this is what we were talking about, where certain nations, certain teams, they gotta hoist up the flag to as they go to the battlefield. So that puts a bit of pressure, I'd say. But of course, there's a lot more games to go around, right? So maybe they can ease it up a little bit, and that could be the difference maker. But ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who just tuned in, this is our 3rd ERANGEL for the day and our 4th match. So let's get it on. I am so excited. I wonder who's gonna close out ERANGEL, man. There's nothing for me to actually cement here. It's too random.
But for you know, it could be your homeboys.
It could be.
Esports.
It could be.
Yeah, but they're not too bad in the previous round. I mean, they won fights, they a couple of eliminations. Maybe because the circle was a little bit tricky, and that's why it was hard to enter the circle. But other than that, they seem to be pretty nice.
They are. Okay, so ERANGEL. Now for the 3rd match that we had earlier, we had a really different flight path compared to the first 2 games. But this time around, let's see. It could be another weird final circle, because a while ago it really favored I'd say the Milton Power area. So this looks like we're gonna go westbound if my calculations are correct.
And this is gonna cut across from the west. Yes, it's gonna cut across from the east to the west, it seems, the way down south. So teams who like to drop up north to first Jogopur, it will be quite a travel for them. But ladies and gentlemen, here are a little bit. Here's some recap for you out there. As you can see here, the average points in ERANGEL. Interestingly, it's not Team Flash.
Yes. Just a few points behind as well. So, man, those little things matter. So, I'd say that's worth posting, honestly. And both our boys, Kagendra and Boop, not far behind there as well. So, yeah, I'd say it's a win-win for these players. And Forgotten also still within the top 5. Definitely not forgotten, all pun intended.
I'm making sure that for us not to forget about them, right? In fact, they almost got in there, so I mean, they're putting up a statement here as well. But speaking about statements, right? So if you remember the fight inside Rated Maze, looks like we're gonna see again both Pigma and Infinity. They're gonna drop onto each other. The last time around, the Infinity lost the fight against Pigma, and look at the circle. It went the other side of the fight now.
Oh my gosh. The drop gods really are messing with us, Sir Cloud. So early gunfire we're hearing here from these teams, and really toyed with our emotions here. Like I said, no one was actually close to the middle of our circle right here, but early S12K frags here. Pigma already won on the board here by Javs.
This time around, they did not take that high ground vantage point. Looks like they're gonna go all frontal fight the Infinity. Billboard on the outside with the Thompson. He knows that someone's just they can't get a good clip. So it's a matter of opponent down, but Counter came in on the Billboard. Now Billboard goes in, confident with the support coming in from his teammate, taking out Logan.
I like that. That was a good pinch on the side of Pigma. I gotta love it. And more S12K action. I hate hearing that, honestly. I'm a huge shotgun guy, but when it's headed your way, you don't want to be on that end. So here we go. Starting things off quite authoritatively here, as well as Infinity. So this is a nice first encounter that we're seeing here from both these teams. Wow! Just teeing off
I mean, with that being said, okay. So if I get to see PBE getting the even DBD, I'll
You're
be
still a
happy.
winner. Yeah, you're still a
Yeah,
winner.
I'll
Okay.
take that.
It's those victories, man. I didn't want to have to put insult to injury as well after seeing Infinity go like that. But yeah, it's the tragedy that we have to accept when it comes to the RNG factor of any battle royale, especially here in PUBG. And it's pretty crazy. Infinity going out like that is not a sight that we actually expected. So there's a reason we voted for them, guys. There's a reason that they were our predictions because they had really good showing.
Absolutely. So, maybe the Infinity, yeah, I guess with the clashes that they have, I guess they can't wait to play Miramar instead. I think, I have a guess they have a way better round Miramar.
Hmm. Yeah, maybe that is the poison that they would want to, right? They like to probably keep it in the sunny fields of Miramar because ERANGEL, maybe they overstay their welcome, right? This is one other weapon that I've always wanted to talk about when it comes to PUBG Mobile, right? The PP19 Bison in this game. It's arguably one of the rare weapons that we see. It's usually the initial drop weapon you pick up, but there were times that I've seen people actually stay long with that weapon because I think it's the ammo capacity. It's a lot of bullets, right? So in close range encounters, it's very reliable.
Yeah, honestly, for me personally, and I'm no pro player to say this, it is one of my favorite weapons around. Like, if I get the
Right?
choice to pick that up, like, it's definitely in my hand.
For sure. But there, the UMP, of course, ever so strong. Since that weapon came about, people have always sang praises for the UMP. Same with the M416, right? It's this duo right here, this combination, it's almost a guaranteed win for whoever wields it. That or you bring a shotgun in hand. So
Mm. Yeah, it had to be like the DBS that kind of disrupted, right? Like at some point it was like, okay, everyone holds the same weapon. It's either an M4, UM, and that's pretty much about it. Anything else is like maybe they're doing something creative. Now it switches between that and also a DBS. So yeah, I mean the DBS debate, everyone has been talking about it. I think I said it multiple times as well. I would like to see the DBS back in the Admiral, back to where it came.
yeah, we don't want it to be a common pick anymore, ladies and gentlemen. The same thing happened to S12K when people started to realize how good of a shotgun it actually is, right? So you can take out a whole team with a whole mag of S12K as long as you're a good shot. Speaking of good shots, we have a Mini 14 over here, another weapon that made it to the meta quite impressively, I might add. It's the DMRs that kind of prove to be very efficient with the long range encounters, sometimes more than the actual snipers.
Yeah, and one of the reasons why it is a preferred weapon as compared to the AWM is because AWMs, they are single shots. Like, yes,
Yes.
you can get with it, but you can't finish it because of the reload time, the reclock time from there. And because of that long reclock time, your target would have away and you would have
Yeah.
lose sight of it. So that's why the DMRs are a more preferred long range weapon of choice, because you can just tap away and secure the elimination point.
Yeah, I mean, it's better for you to take a double tap, right? Like to take 2 shots and get it done, than to take a heavy one but miss. I think the risk is too high. The reward good, but only if you land it clean. So that makes us assume someone's gonna be picking up a bolt action weapon anytime soon. Speaking of weapons, though, here we go. Boom! They had to draw out them guns because they ran right into a very hot, very game ZZ. Good trade-offs for both players.
Yeah, ZZ now. Okay, so it's a one shot grenade. So Y2 on. Can it land? No, it will not. So boom, it's still A-okay. But we picked up now. Shots fired onto Ponbit. Ponbit immediately goes down. But another trade, half a team ZZ might lose another player.
Was that a vehicular accident that I saw from Bigatron? Because that would be absolutely tragic. So here we go. Bigatron A bit of a dip here as well from this encounter between Boom and ZZ. So yeah, this is not looking good for Bigatron Ace here, Sir Cloud. Already so early on, they. Oh my
Oh.
gosh! Ow! Chicken though,
In the-
just peeking through the window.
Ah, that was in the face.
Mm.
But now leaving only Yummy alone to be the hero. Boom, can he pull it off? But look at the minimap. Look who's around the corner. It's RQ.
I like it. I like it. There, an unfortunate turn. Bigatron
Oh,
has.
oh.
Oh, this is familiar sight for me. This is. Oh my gosh! And again, the main casualties on the side of ZZ here. This is. Oh my gosh! Our previous winner chicken dinner victor over here gone.
Man, Pika, you must be enjoying this because it's Nate's score. As we can see here, both teams just tossing nades at each other. RQ now surrounding both as we move over to Team Flash. Complex from getting across, and looks like Crusher will be crushed by Korn.
I'm calling it now. We're not going below 200 grenades here. I am certain of it. For this game alone, not below 200, Sir Cloud, but right now this shambles of grenades and gunfire right here between Boom and RRQ still yet to come to a conclusion. You see how No Mercy is just keeping his distance kind of, yeah, just slightly away between between them and the team. I don't know. Maybe there's a bit of info he wants to relay, but so far this is a very weird call for RRQ.
I guess RQ was just trying to take advantage of the situation. A couple of members are pulled down, so they tried to get in. But unfortunately now they're paying the price for it. Boom, easy. They managed to reset themselves, and not only that, they took one out.
Yes, Sir Cloud, that's what I was talking about. The actions were a bit strange in my for my liking. There's a big separation between them and No Mercy, but now you said it ever so clearly. You said it yourself. They paid the price. Now, originally they had the numbers to their advantage, but now it is 3-on-3 between RRQ. Let's see, just a bit of straight fire here from Razy.
But to be fair, I don't think it was a bad plan from RRQ. But
Yeah.
it was just unfortunate that they did not anticipate the fact that LZE was on the other side, shooting onto the members of RRQ, putting pressure onto them, not allowing them to just onto Boom instead,
right.
and allowing Boom the space to reset themselves. And now we get a standoff.
Man. Oh wow, that was a bad throw. But again, if that would be the smoke, yeah, for sure, I'd say just for a bit of a construction here for RRQ. Man, they're gonna be here a while unless somebody actually comes into contact. RRQ and Boom, it's gonna be a lot of bluffing here. Getting a bit of damage here. No Mercy. Is he gonna go for the brave push?
Man, No Mercy. He's now the only member of RRQ on the other building, all alone. He can't make a mistake now. If he's up there, it's going to be real hard for his teammates to save him. But for Boom,
Yeah,
man, that just had to happen.
Yeah, man, I think that was a big bite, more than he could chew. So yes, there was a trade, but it could have been avoided. Just my take on this one. Just my opinion. Could have been a time burger, but no. Now we have No Mercy on his knees as well as Asa. X now has to retaliate. Reload.
Crazy. Now the only one standing for Boom is kind of low as well, so it's good 1v1 Hexas versus Razy, unless if we can pick up his other teammates. But they gotta do it fast. Okay, bring him out now. There's another vehicle circling around, monitoring the situation. I think that's from X. Who knows? They might want to take advantage of this. But now we got Razy here on both sides of the building, trying to find a good angle, but Hexas is waiting for him.
Man, that was the epic end to that standoff, as we would say so, Sir Cloud. That was a crazy exchange, not gonna lie. But Boom also, they went out with their heads held high after taking it to RRQ with authority. But there we go, No Mercy. Just he did not fall as a victim to anybody at all.
Look at this, HFX in the building. Oh, it's DBD.
It is DBD, yes.
Oh man.
Man,
Because of the colors, I kind of got confused, but yeah, DBD took advantage of it.
they went third party, and there we go. Just like hyenas to fresh meat, they went for the kill. Beautifully done. Now we're taking a little glimpse of PBE right here. We didn't see who eliminated who, but they're down to their last healthy player, last couple of healthy players. One already on their knees. So we have DEWA United. We didn't see much DEWA as well earlier on Sir Cloud. So this could be a good time to shine for them.
Yeah, I mean, they were currently at 15 with 11 points at this moment. It definitely has to do a lot to get to the top 5, but this could be their starter now. A elimination point out of Playbook Esports, leaving them with only 2 players. I guess if they were United, if they're able to eliminate Playbook Esports, they'll be happy because the moment they do that, they'll be on top of them.
It's always impressive, like seeing how Big Mai just keeps shocking us, right? Like now they have 5 eliminations, so this is already once again them being ahead of the curve and making it far. I don't want to jinx that, but with 5 eliminations at stage 3, they're not afraid. Some of the teams, they're trying to stay away from the line of fire of the opposition, but no, Big Mai seems to be just welcoming all these opponents that they have.
I guess to a certain extent, you know, it's like you're being put corner. Like maybe your coach or your manager is like, you know, telling you that if they don't do the business, they're not getting paid and they're performing right now. But now let's go to Playbook Esports, who's still perform, but unfortunately, they have a player left, and that's going to be Mon Boy. They're going to be chasing him down.
Oh man, big encounter right here for Playbook, but no. Just like that, Playbook Esports has been eliminated at 13th place. Not their most spectacular, but I'd say that's not the worst placement that they've had, Sir Cloud. So I'd still tip my hat to the boys. But so far, look at this. We have a bucket of berries over here heading to our playable zone because all these teams, naturally, they're going to be congested at stage 4.
You know, this is the worry that I have of Playbook Esports, and I did mention that before. Is like you can see a good round for them, but the following round you don't know what sort of Playbook Esports will show up.
Right. It's very arbitrary, right? The way that they handle things every now and then, when it falls on their favor, it really does. But you said it yourself a while ago, consistency, that's the name of the game. So maybe, you know, now that they made it back to the lobby for game number 5, or maybe for the next one, or next couple games, maybe Playbook Esports will clap back. But for now, GLU looking quite dominant, I'd say, looking quite okay. Even without eliminations, they're still complete.
But speaking about it, it's Yen from DVD is defeated by GLU Squad Esports. So that's going to be one back for them. I guess that's a long-range shot that happened. Looking at the movement for GLU Squad Esports, looks like they are not interested to fight. They might be looking for a way into the circle instead.
Yeah, you know, defense, best offense sometimes. Let's see. And we know how the teams are like, right, Sir Cloud? They're going to allow the others to soften them up for them, just to tenderize the meat. Make sure that maybe just a little later on, we could be the exclamation point. And there it is, Izane from DBD taking out the GLU. As I said, they're playing this by ear.
Here we go, long shot onto DVD. Now, 2 members of DVD reposition themselves pretty much by the edge of the circle on the high ground. I guess a really smart move for them, but it seems like they are making that aggressive approach onto Jerry's circling around when he kind of knows that the shots are coming in from that opposite side. So he's taking a little bit of a risk there.
Now again, GLU, we do have a bit of damage from one of their members, so a pickup is bound to happen. And VOIN, this time playing survival again with 2 members down. Is this going to be a preview of our sequel here from their earlier game where only 2 members made it to the very end? I don't want to jinx that though. Pigmai still looking good, putting 1 member of KAGENDRA to their knees. But a nade on Stickley. Okay, that's not looking good for GLU. Look at how pinched they are here, Sir Cloud.
Oh yeah, this they got DBD on the other side, and they have 21 NFP onto them as well. I mean, we're gonna go from here. Okay, the good news is that at least they're within the circle, so they can still buy time for them. Unless if DVD comes in crashing onto them. Now speaking about DVD, is not Xbox.
Okay, so now we're seeing a lot more casualties left and right. Of course, GLU now entering that counter, that bad kill counter. A while ago, they were really healthy. They were so complete, but I just had to say it, didn't I? So, here we are. More encounters here, and Big Mai punching back. Okay. I don't want to say anything right now, Sir Cloud. Big Mai, they're getting jinxed by me.
Oh man, but KAGENDRA, the team that you did not win anything, now they're in a tough position. The circle moved away from them, and in fact, they're the ones that, okay, it's still kind of 50-50, right? So Billboard's going in his trust team at the same time trying to win the fight against KAGENDRA. Has the high ground, but he has to move in fast. Now he will, and Billboard will be the one to eliminate KAGENDRA.
This is me winking. This is me winking at myself. Okay, nice try, Pika. But you know what? I regret nothing. KAGENDRA making it quite far. Yes, however, no points to add to the board. Being eliminated at 10, I feel. So here we go. 21 NFT. Another team that we didn't really get a lot of glimpses on, Sir Cloud, but still look at where they are.
Yeah, 21 NFT, man. Okay. Still in quad, but one elimination point. Let's see how many more can they get out of this, right? We still have a good amount of teams left. But for Team Flash, man, can somebody stop these guys? Still in full squad, and they have 4 elimination points already.
Man, if anything, I'll probably vote for them the next game again. So, just my take because of how well calculated they're going about this, right? They're not hyperly aggressive, but at the same time, if something or someone crosses their sights, they're not hesitant to shoot. I like that. I like where Team Flash is at right now. Not gonna lie, Sir Cloud. But here we go. 21 NFT taking out Xbox, and I'd say the same for Tariq here. Care of 21 NFT. My goodness, are we looking at the next dark horse that we kind of set aside for the previous games?
Yeah, I mean 21. That's a good point. Keep an eye on them. Teams from page 2 now starting to drop. Now think about 21 NFT. We do have them on screen right now. Boysil shoots onto the low. Boysil almost getting one for himself, and Boysil retreats back, tries to find a good angle. But the moment we talk about 21 NFT,
yep. My goodness, but it is GLU who became the next casualty for some of our teams right now. We're down to 7, 21 NFT. You know, they kind of got our attention real quick, but fortunately that part of the journey is done here. DEWA United also out of contention here for the chicken dinner for game number 4. So, my goodness, KZ too. You know, we didn't look at them a little too closely a while ago, Sir Cloud. So maybe, just maybe, they might make the cut.
Yeah, KZ literally undercover. We'll kind of look at the overall charts, right? Everyone below Team Flash has been eluded. So who's going to stop Team Flash right now, as in points wise?
Yeah, at this point, they don't even need to win this. They don't even need to chicken dinner this entire game. But I'd say it's still safe to do it because Pigmai, with 12 eliminations, by the way, the only team that contested their streak of 2-digit frags for 4 games, Pigmai, originally bottom. So maybe, I don't think that Team Flash can straighten their legs here for this game. Maybe they just need to place as high as possible. Not too greedy, but as high as possible.
Yeah. They came from the depths to now, like, what? Challenging for the top 5. Look at this bandit. Okay, he has a TBS. Okay, just needs to find a good angle, but he's back onto the border. No, not like this, bandit. Not like this. Oh, wait a second. Blast it!
Now he had Arf running away from him. Oh my gosh, is he gonna go for the kill? No, I don't think so. He has to heal though. So just gotta stay in one spot, maybe. Had Arf running for the fences back to his teammates. That was hilarious. That is a moment for me, Sir Cloud.
Oh man, that was definitely a moment. My goodness, and look at this, bandit can't possibly get across because the other members of ARF are there.
That's right, and he doesn't have health to work with, right? So, there we go. Never toy with your food. Voxy, though, gets a couple of frags here, and with all that undercover work, KZE eliminated or rather with all those eliminations, rather KZE, they're just showing us how they are probably in the top 4 here, because they haven't lost a single guy.
Ah, true. And they managed to get 6 eliminations so far. Pretty decent,
Yeah.
not too bad, I must say. But for Big Mai, they're only left with 1 player now. But at least this is a decent round with 12 eliminations already.
Man, twice as much as KZE. Imagine that. So more than any, even if you combine these frags, statistically they're already looking good. ARF, they're also pretty healthy, right? HFX down to the last man with arguably hardly any resources to work with. But wow, is that the first loss for Big Mai? Was that the? Oh no, was that the last member of Big Mai? It was.
It was out, but at least it's a decent round for them. I mean, they
Yeah.
got 6th place, so they got an amount of placement points with 14 elimination points. I guess they'll be happy with their performance. How they started the day.
That's big. Okay. Now you said it yourself, Sir Cloud. This is what we expected from Team Flash. Once again, being the top dogs in this entire series so far. They're not being so hasty with their frags. They are surrounded, yes, but I think they're in an okay spot, right? They could hold the fort, make the last stand. I'm not so sure how they're gonna hang on to this or how long it'll be. But we're down to our last 5 teams with LZE, Team Flash, and ARF being the last 3 teams with a complete squad. Unbelievable.
I know, right? This is arguably the toughest round or the tightest round so far that we have seen. 3 teams with a full squad, and then you have HFX and MG. And we gotta think about it. HFX, well, I just had to say it, right? But I guess it was kind of expected because he was like on the other side. I was locking him out, so it was bound to happen anyway. But it's still an improvement by HFX, think about it.
Yeah, it is. And once again, Team Flash streaking it out, not really going for the greedy kills here. It's safe to assume they've already secured 3rd. So add that to the number of frags that they already have. Now they don't have to worry about Big Mai anymore, racking up more double digits. So right now it's a good stage 6 when it comes to survival, when it comes to decision making. Let's see who among these teams are gonna close this out, because right now Team Flash has 1 kneeling member in the form of Corn, and make that an elimination already.
Yeah, so Corn is out now. Let's see who will be the one to pop it. And Team Flash still has to be in the top 3. I guess with the amount of eliminations that they have are really close to getting at least again 10 points, so that will make a double-digit finish against Team Flash. And they still have the opportunity to collect more elimination points now that ARF is trying to make their way through. And we kind of look at it, ARF, they don't have a circle, so right now the pressure is onto them.
The highest probability though of making it out of here in one piece. Let's see if we're gonna have another team with an untarnished record of 4 players, because ARF and LZE, these 2 teams have not had their winner chicken dinners tonight. Now if they get to do that with a complete squad, that's another statement. As we mentioned, it's so hard to tell which teams are gonna be here. Despite all our predictions, it's such a big roll of the dice. Now LZE already down by 1, or at least on their knees. It takes 1 revive here, Sir Cloud. I don't know. This is too hard to call.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's going to be a tight one, right? Now that I've managed to breach onto the compound where Team Flash is at. Goes to knock Garo. 2 more to go. Trying to get the other member across. As that's going to be Guangji. Still holding his ground well, but Guangji finally knocked out by Garo.
Oh!
The other side.
ARF encounters their first casualty here. And my goodness, that's what it feels like to bleed, because this is the first time we're seeing somebody on their knees for ARF. And look at these teams, Sir Cloud. KZE, the 3rd team to go for their 2-digit mark. And just like that, for the first time, we have seen, I'd say, Team Flash leaving here in a semi-dominant fashion, because 2 teams that we haven't seen in the past 3 games are taking the helm.
Yeah, literally, KZ has been undercover the entire round. Like, okay, we do see them here and there, but we haven't seen like big moments for them. This could be the one for KZE. KZ already has 10 points in their hands. Now it's a matter of wrapping things up. And I would say position-wise, it's probably a 50-50 at this moment. As elevation, one has the spread or the control of the sword. The other one has a compound. So I guess it's really down to the next stage. But the next stage will close entirely. So
Yeah.
it's kind of 50-50 between the both of them.
Yeah, you know, the way that they're positioned here, KZE, they're not trying to engage anything close, right? They want to take this off of a far vantage point, but my goodness, Pele taken out by Peltzy over here, Blitzy rather, right? Blitzy over here. Gotta be super careful because anybody's game. There's not a lot of cover here on the side of KZE, but I think the separation between them allows to make that pressure. Make that pressure on ARF. They are getting a little bit of damage every now and then. So here we go. KZE has one member on their teams.
This moment for ARF now to reach Nirvana. Warrior is down.
Oh my god!
Thanks to the name from Nirvana. 2 more to go to smell team spirit.
Okay, it's safe to say as well they're not gonna go for the pickup. I don't think they're gonna revamp. No, not at all. One member out. So KZE with that dominant performance has already painted us impressed, honestly. And more out of ARF, however. Pele down to the knees and more for Blitzy. The play zone got the better of Garong though. Oh my gosh, not looking good here for KZE, Sir Cloud.
Oh, but Voxy, just maybe Voxy can do it. Yes, 1v2 at this moment. And the could be on to ARF. You gotta think about it. ARF has to come out their compound.
They do.
For themselves. So, do they have enough utilities? Nirvana is out, but each have an angle to take out Voxy. And that is how they got the chicken dinner this time. Another new team getting it. And it's nice to see different teams getting chicken dinner each round.
I will be the one to address the big elephant in the room here, Sir Cloud. These teams are really moving up in terms of eliminations. So first we had Pigmy, now we have ARF, and then there's KZE, right? These teams are really hitting it when it comes to these frags. But of course, I'd say the best point that we're making right now is that another team made it to the winner chicken dinner that we did not expect. Honestly, far from our predictions over here. ARF.
Indeed. Far from our prediction. ARF, looking at the lineup, I recognize Ichan. He used to play for Boom, and he was recently transferred to ARF. So, he was the gave the final blow in that round. And looking at the quality he has, opening up the space to get that final shots to the chicken dinner, he definitely has that game set with him. And having spent time with a team like Boom, who has played at a very high level in the pro scene, that is experience that we're talking about.
That is very interesting, honestly. But you know what? I'm also gonna put my hands together for KZE right there, because that is really unexpected in my opinion. Pigmy, I'm already a fan. I'll say that out loud, Sir Cloud. Pigmy already got me. You know, I don't know if I'm gonna vote for them honestly when it comes to prediction, but they're looking really consistent for the past couple of games. Just check out how big of a difference they made a little later on when we look at the charts. But 3 from Indonesia became the teams to watch for match number 4, and that's saying a lot because Indonesian representatives, we have a lot of them.
And you have to have Team Flash up there. But this time around, Voxy, despite not able to get the chicken dinner for his team, but he held on the longest for KZE, and he's now the MVP in this round. 3 eliminations, doing a lot of work with 812 damage overall, helping his team secure the second place finish. And before he went out, he managed to get an extra elimination point as well from ARF. So yeah, I must say that Voxy being the MVP this round, he did a lot of work for the team.
Yeah, through that. And here's the reward I get for being a no fan of Pigmy. I'd say we have 10. This is 10 or 10 10 maybe, but I'll leave it at 10. And Billbot with tied eliminations, only differing in damage here, with 10 getting just a few points more than that of Billbot. KZE's Garong and Voxy, of course, being that high up in the placement. Still no slouch. We're gonna make sure to keep an eye on these players a little later.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta agree, right? Big Mind, they came from the depths of like the last place in the overall charts, and now they're not only challenging for the top 5, but I guess, well, we look at the numbers later on, right? But they're definitely in the top 5 as of now. Looking over at Team Flash, we thought that they did not get enough points to be in a double digit, but they did.
Yeah, it's insane. There's really no stopping this team right now, man, from just adding up to the scoreboard. This is another leap, right? So whoever's behind them, again, whoever's next, still needs to catch up on quite a bit. So maybe this time they held back their force, maybe allowing the other teams. I'm not saying it's mercy, but you know, every dog has their day. In this case, maybe we're gonna see more Team Flash in the next couple of games in Miramar. See, that's my prediction right there. Not below 200 with the nades.
Oh yeah, like what you mentioned, right? What you mentioned, yeah. And we gotta set the benchmark as younger, right, to make it exciting when it comes to Nate Olympics, I call it. Like 300 and above.
Oh, surely. This is arguably, I think, the most that we've seen today. So, yeah, it goes without saying, it really looked like a very nady day for a lot of our players. But that is definitely it for our Miramar. Rather for our Erangel. We're gonna move to Miramar for game number 5. So let's see if the complexion of our games will change. But here we go, ZZ moving up and tied with Boom, by the way.
Wow. Oh, if you kind of think about it, right? Like Boom is up there, but with a single digit on points, like only 7. Pigpie is up there with only 2 placement points. Who cares about placement points, guys? Just go in and shoot everything that moves.
That's true, and you see how that is probably the biggest change that we've had so far. Big Mike from the bottom, now on page 1. It's safe to say that they're just gonna keep going up from here. I'm a fan already, but Playbook Esports, with all that jinxing, honestly, originally just literally one more victory from going to the first page, now sank right back to where they started at 16th.
Yeah, and HFX is now the only team with a single digit. Everyone else is at least on a double digit at this moment. So HFX, come on guys. Now, I'm rooting for HFX to do the pick buy. Come on.
Same, you know. I know they're gonna wake up in just a bit. Pretty sure they're getting slapped. Or maybe they're slapping themselves awake. So yeah, HFX, I know that they're more than capable of giving us quite a show for the next couple of maps, because we're headed straight to Miramar.
And no stranger to our Ruthless Esports series, right? They have been around for quite a while, and hopefully with that experience that they've gathered before this, they'll be able to bounce back on the rounds. And maybe Miramar is the map that some of these teams will be looking forward to make that back. But before we head on to Miramar, as usual, we need to take a break to see you guys after this one.
Clash of Giants Season 3 continues here, ladies and gentlemen, for the preliminaries, and we just witnessed our last Erangel for the day. Now we're going to take away the trees and the buildings as we head straight on to Miramar. Still on the mic, yours truly, Pika, joined by Sir Cloud, and yes, we are about to conclude our day with another back-to-back of maps here.
Yes, and we are switching over to a different map finally, and I think this could be good news for some of the teams who did not really enjoy Erangel. We're going on to Miramar after this. And you guys, the Infinity, I know they didn't have a good time there because they were leading early, 2 out of 3 rounds at least. But let's have a little bit of a recap before we move on. So looking at the map performance so far, how are we going to deny Flash now?
Yes, without the shadow of a doubt, man. Like these players from Team Flash, they just showed us exactly what their caliber of gameplay can do. Like, look at this. They stand head and shoulders above everybody. But of course, ZZ and Boom giving us quite a show earlier on in shocking moments. AZE and ARF, our last winner chicken dinner, slowly inching their way into getting higher in this echelon.
And just to give a little bit of a recap again, like what you mentioned, AR got the last chicken dinner, and that also means that Team Indonesia managed to get 2 chicken dinners today. Other than that, it's Team Flash opening up the series with a chicken dinner coming from Team Flash, and ZZ Korea with match number 3's chicken dinner. So this will be the next question: who will be the first chicken dinner winner of our Miramar in the Ruthless series this season?
Oh man, I like that. That's a good way to go about it, right? Arguably the toughest decision that we're gonna have to pull off today, because they only have 2 shots at this, but maybe this time I think Team Flash is gonna come around.
Oh,
I think they're gonna come around. I'm going back to Team Flash.
Pulling the big guns again, I see.
Yeah, man.
I
The
see what you did
S12K. I'm bringing back my S12K in the fray.
All right, I'm putting out this name that we mentioned earlier, but we have yet to predict it. VOIN.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah, let's go, VOIN. Yes, not getting you guys. VOIN, come on, bring me that 1 point. Come on.
For sure. I can feel it too. They've been quite consistent, yes, albeit not too successful always when it comes to closing out the games. But the fact that they survive quite long and in also convincing fashion, they don't really get eliminated through bad decisions, right? It's just really untoward circumstances that make those bad outcomes for VOIN. But all things considered, I like your choice, Sir Cloud. I also have a good feeling about it.
Man, but I can't say no to your choice as well. I mean, now if there's like this this boss card, if you have, it's gonna be teams like that's the boss card that you put in.
Yeah.
Like the ace. Like take it in. Yeah.
It's the last. It's my Charizard right there. That's what it is.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there you go. That's your Charizard out there. But who knows, right? I mean, for the past few rounds, we have seen teams that we don't really talk about or are only in our so-called prediction list came out. So, I mean, it's starting to be anyone's game. You gotta think about it. Maybe HFX, come on.
Yeah, it's what we brought up earlier. The fact that they haven't entered their 2-digit mark just yet. It's kind of a bit of a pressure for them to hold on to. But at the same time, we know what diamonds are made of, right? You know how it is, guys. So maybe, just maybe, this is exactly what HFX needs. They need that push. But here we go. Back to the land of sand. As I always say, we are in Miramar. Let's see. Oh, man. Seeing this chunk of brown right here, Sir Cloud, always gives me really untoward memories. But let's... It's so hard to win here.
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, honestly, if I were to play my games, right, like Miramar will be the last I will pick. Like I'll probably pick like as a casual player, I'll pick SANHOK just because it's a smaller map, it's a faster pace. As a casual player, you just want to go in and get action. Second would be ERANGEL, and Miramar would be like the last one. Just how big it is, and as a casual player, you might not see action early on. Oh, yeah. But on top of that, of course, it's just how difficult it is to navigate on this map. As we jump into Miramar, for you guys out there, I'm sure you've seen it hundreds by now, but if in case you guys are new to PUBG Mobile, you get to see how difficult it is in this map.
Oh, wow, we're seeing a downward slash over here. All southeast bound for these teams, and we're already seeing a lot of early deployments from our players here. I'm not really so sure what the plans are here, because some of the best parts are really smack right in the middle of Miramar, right? We have El Pozo, we have El Azahar as well. That's a really popular spot, but the mines, right? The mines are somewhere that we don't really see that very often getting a lot of attention. I don't know, Los Leones, would you say so, Sir Cloud?
Los Leones, I would say Los Leones. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a couple of teams in there, because Los Leones is big enough to house up to 3 teams.
Yeah.
So even like, okay, 3 teams dropping into Los Leones, okay, don't sound the alarm, people, because I think it's big enough, and because it's such an urban-ish area, so I don't expect to see much encounter early on there. But speaking about encounters, gunshots while the map was still shown, so now I'm wondering who got the first blood.
Yeah, don't look now. There are already 2 eliminations here. This is insane. Okay. Players are already... Right? And it's Team Flash, I believe. Team Flash! Already proving me wrong in terms of the patience game. But again, it's not always Christmas, I'd say, for a lot of our players. Starting off quite unfortunately here. Wow, they already lost Korn and Woon. And this is what I was talking about in Miramar. You'll never know who you're going to come across, because there aren't really that many urban spots, as you said, not many buildings for them to hide. But when you do, oh, you got to embrace it. We already have 1 elimination on the side of PBE. So that is that's really not looking good for some of our teams here.
Okay, Guang has a nade down in hand. He's just timing it right, but looks like Boom taking the bait. But for Playbook Esports, I noticed that they lost a couple of members, so I wonder how Playbook Esports is doing now against JLU Squad Esports. And now have a visual Gerald taken out. That is... him. Yeah, that is not a good way to go out.
Oh my gosh, he's going to remember that, guys. Gerald's definitely going to remember that. Oh, man. And he had a gun too, so, or maybe, just maybe, that was already due to the pickup after that frag. So far though, Team Flash, they already have their hands full here, as Boom is going for the raid. They're going to try to flush out this compound, make it their own. We also have Pawnbit in the scout on the opposite building, so I don't know. This could be an early exit for Team Flash if I'm not going to jinx it.
Oh, okay. I mean, to be honest, Team Flash can just skip this round. They'll still be up there. Right? They have like a significant gap at this moment. But if they can still gain in the points, why not, right? But now with 2 players left, a full Boom Esports squad, it looks kind of tough. But let's see. Yep. Down. All alone.
Oh my gosh.
Boom.
This is the first time, ladies and gentlemen, for today that Team Flash is gonna leave the lobby empty-handed. So, oh my goodness. Okay, and the first team to go as well. So, wow, Sir Cloud, I am left in awe. I think my luck just ran out after that first win. So, maybe, just maybe, it's another team's time to shine here.
Yeah, and hopefully that team is going to be Playbook Esports. Now they are stuck in the same situation as Team Flash earlier on. 2 players left against the entire JLU squad. Looking good considering that they're playing passive, and it does seem like JLU squad didn't where the members of PBE are at. It's just a matter of trying to find the right angle to approach them.
Yeah. In other news as well, we have RRQ, a team that we didn't really get to see early. Honestly, we're used to seeing them quite a few times during the initial drops, but right now, not so much. Not so much RRQs, right? And thank you for panning us to Monboy as well. So seeing Monboy right now, as well as Mitch, so looking at his perspective, he knows that he's gonna get raided. He knows that he's gonna get pinched here, but he has to look out for Mitch with not much firepower to work with.
Okay, Mitch is all alone now. Unfortunately, they're gonna just raid on him. Gonna be pretty much numbers against Mitch. Nothing much can do about that. I mean, the most he can get is like what? One knock, at most two?
Mhm.
And by the time the third person comes in, he has to reload lower the elimination. But Monboy is fighting back. Now winning the high ground for himself. But gonna be an all on him, literally, as GLU Squad Esports will be the one to eliminate PB.
It was also pretty much a heartbreaker there, Sir Cloud. You know, having to see your teammate stay there defenselessly. You know, if I'm gonna be absolutely honest, he only had an S686 in hand, so pretty hard situation to get out of, right? But that's it. That's PB bidding adieu for game number 5. So certainly has to go back to the drawing board. They were doing really well in our previous games, so maybe this isn't it. Miramar may not maybe that kryptonite, right? Could be the temperature. But for the time being, Boom Esports still one of our teams to look out for. They're on good footing.
Oh, okay, we got EVD in action now. Fortunately, they're losing members, leaving Jimmy over here alone.
Man, M249. Okay, inflicting a lot of damage. Thank you, Warrior, for showing me this beautiful light machine gun. One of my favorites of all time, by the way. So here we go. Pele. Warrior just picking up the pieces, you know, some rewards. Just still very early. I'm pretty sure they're gonna lay back a little here. And we know that Miramar also requires you to be very mobile, right, Sir Cloud? Because this is a huge terrain to travel around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's no negotiation. You have to have a vehicle, and you have to have a vehicle. It's not just any vehicle. So if assuming that you have a bike and that's your vehicle, it's not going to be enough. You have to get something else because like a bike, yes, no, it's fast, it's very exposed.
Yeah.
Speaking about exposed, Boom Esports, one of them seems to be a little bit exposed, but if you look at the current situation that they're at, Pigmy, the rising star now, have them surrounded.
Man, okay, that's neat. That is a very, very good call aside of Big Mike. And really bloodthirsty, I would add. You know, they managed to almost go toe to toe with the record that Team Flash had when it came to elimination. So they could just do it again. Yes, so far they haven't shed blood at all for our players, but I would say it's only a matter of time before they do it again. They don't want to be down there anymore, Sir Cloud. They've already had a taste of the agony of being in page 2, so maybe they wanna cement their spot here on the upper half.
And if they can eliminate Boom, I mean, it's a statement, and yes, it's
There it is.
started off by taking a pawn bet. So now they have numbers, and they're not letting the rest of Boom go.
I like this. Good use of cover right here from Jazz. Got that AKM in hand. Really, really good weapon. Despite the recoil, the damage output is just insane. Now look at where we are. It's the absolute drought here. We're at the mines as well, and the graveyard, and La Bendita. So these are just some of the spots with a lot of high ground for you to bask in. It's just a matter of how long you can retain. So we still have teams on the chase like VOIN, we have GLU and BTR as well. They gotta make haste if they want to secure that spot. Here we go, but Pigmy not stopping just yet.
Man, looks like they're tearing Boom apart now. Jazz second elimination, looking for more. And if you look at the minimap, the last two Boom members of position is on the outside. So if any would be pressured by the blue first, it could be the two members of Boom. But now Jazz spots one, but Jazz kinda low as well with about 40% of health. But could be knocked down from the other side. Boom made a substitution, but unfortunately for this substituted player, couldn't last that long.
And Jazz was also a little jumpy there. As soon as the door opened, just went for a straight fire. Just had to see off to make sure that nobody actually peeks. That was an S12K as well. So one shot would have ended that player. Would have already brought him to their knees. Here we go. 10 with another frag, taking it to Boom Esports and closing the door for them.
Alright, we're not done yet with the action here as DEWA United with the high ground around them, but with this sort of position, Yul is able to get a good view, vantage point of what's happening around them, and with that sort of information, do pretty much anything at this point. But you know what? With the two top teams being eliminated, Team Flash and Boom, I'm gonna put it out here. Are we starting to see a power shift?
Yeah, you know what? You're right. I actually set that thought aside. That it's also Boom who's up there alongside a Team Flash. So yeah, maybe just maybe it's another opening for some of our other teams. I dare say it's Pigmy. You know, it's probably Pigmy in my opinion. Maybe ZZ back to the top, but Pigmy is still looking really fresh here. I'm not gonna say that they're gonna win here, Sir Cloud, but maybe just maybe the way that they're eliminating left and right, that's a statement.
Well, maybe they're still warming up to Miramar, right? At
Yeah.
this moment, we got 4 eliminations, but unfortunately, they lost 2. So yeah, but anyway, Pigma, you gotta give it to them. They are still the rising stars in this group at least.
Yeah.
And if they do go through, I mean they came from the depths, and you get to their mental fortitude for be able to pull that off.
And you know, before we even started the stream here, Sir Cloud, I remember that we were talking about how little we know about Pigmy so far, but this is them. This is them introducing themselves to us, right? So
Yep.
maybe just maybe this is the curtains opening for Pigmy moving forward. Now, here we go. A lot of teams still on the outside. RRQ, I believe they already lost one member, so oh, never mind. They're all there. They're complete. But the other teams, I can't say the same. We have, I believe we have Bigatron Ace, who already lost one. Still yet to make a significant impact. No frags yet.
You know what? For all you know, Pigma heard us somehow.
That's true, man. I'm
Like-
telling you.
And they're like, okay, we're gonna prove you wrong. All right, let's do it, boys. And now they're up there. I mean, they're not up there, but they're showing signs of challenging for the top.
And if there's anything that we would like to instigate, it's HFX, who we're looking at right now. HFX, they need this more than ever. They're down to the last 2 games that they have today. So, if anything, even if they don't go for a very high placement point grind here, they could go for the frags. They're still okay. They have 3 members remaining, but they have to play it absolutely slow because you know the likes of AZE, the likes of CE, ARF, these teams right here, they already have their chicken dinners. They've already placed really high, so they have to let their guard down somehow.
But speaking about letting guards, HFX, they can't let their guard down. Now they have the Infinity just across them. And HFX, they're not in the circle. The only team still with a single digit. I mean, if any round were to be their redemption round, it has to be this round because. And it looks like it's happening now with Crusher picking up the first point.
And time flew really fast. They were already at stage 3, just like
Oh.
that. So I did notice that too. Up until we took a glimpse. But I guess that's the Miramar effect here, Sir Cloud. You know, the action's non-stop and people have to defend their lives constantly. These players have to always look over their shoulder because of the many high grounds. So here we go, GLU. Oh, wow, we actually didn't keep our eyes on them as well, Sir Cloud. GLU with 7 already?
Oh yeah, 7 elements. Man, these guys. And if you look, everyone's pulling their weight. Like everyone has elimination, so no one's really carrying the game. Team game for them.
Oh man, this is shaping up to be a very interesting Miramar already. So this is one of the reasons why I find it to be a love-hate relationship when it comes to Miramar, because it's always a make or break moment when you come up with a decision here. Oh my gosh, the first another knockdown rather on the side of Pigmy. So now left with 1 member, Seiwu has to flush out that last member, Jazz. The missing element before they go back to the lobby.
Okay, wild that, how they're gonna do that? The zone will close, and here we go. So it looks like we got in the middle of the circle. On the other side, we do have DEWA United, KAGENDRA, Esports, DEWA United. But what I'm interested to see is that what's gonna happen up north. RRQ and 21 NFT locked in with each other.
Oh boy. Okay, this is really tricky to call. I'm not gonna lie. With Forgotten over here, they if you're looking at the mini map, so I think survival really should be the priority here, not really the eliminations. In
Huh?
this case, however, oh my gosh, RRQ not looking really healthy right now. We have 21 NFT on their tail, and look at that, they're also eyeing for no mercy. Ah, just like that, Pig Mai is out of there. Good hold there, boys.
Yeah, man. We gotta start talking about like teams, like over talking teams. The moment we start talking about them, that's what happens. But anyway, good round. There's still one more round to go, and let's see if we can break into the top 5 at least. But check out like what's happening on the east or the west side. The Infinity, who had 2 0-point rounds in ERANGEL, they'll be looking to come back this time.
Yeah, you're right. You know, that's pretty tough to swallow. Granted that now you only have 2 maps here, and so far they've already lost 1 member. Not really the statistics you want to look for. Stage 4 with 14 teams. This is turning up to be a really long game, I'd say. Imagine we only had 4 eliminations supposedly, and these are some of these teams are actually really heavy. As you mentioned, we have Team Flash, we have Boom, and BBE, and unfortunately also out of there. Then last but not least are, in my opinion, one of the fastest rising. We have Big Mai. Oh, and I'd say the same for DBD. There they go.
Yeah. DVD they started off pretty decent, but they've been sliding the charts. So I don't know, man. Hopefully they'll be able to play. I mean, we still have a good amount. We still have like 2 plus 2 days, 1 game after this for them to cook up something. And I mean, if any team and inspiration is definitely going to be Big Mai. Coming from the depths up onto like from the top 5 right now. But looking over at the other teams, RRQ, that's do well, but there's not. But we save that conversation for later. KZE now being sieged down.
Okay, wow, we had to say it though. There it is. They're bringing the fight to KZE. One of our most I'd say promising teams so far. We have KZE, but yeah, there was Warrior gone. Care of Infinity, and KZE back on the scoreboard with 5 eliminations. Nothing short of spectacular here.
Here we go, KZE. Pele, ooh, kind of low, but he managed to land a full shot onto the last member of the Infinity, winning it for his team. And the Infinity, again, another round, another tough round for them.
Oh, you're capturing my attention again here, DEWA United. I did mention earlier, we don't see them very often. When we do, it's usually because they were already eliminated. But right now, they're playing things slow, and one more frag elimination here. Pele, that has got to sting. Now you got to run away here. Another ARF member, after damage has been dealt, he has to bolt on out of there. Got to go for that heal.
Oh, and you mentioned about DEWA United. Circle-wise, it does for them. Not completely, but at least they do have a decent entry into the circle. No one's going to challenge the right. Most of the teams are on the left at this moment, including KZE Uncover, who's stuck with ZZ on the outside of the circle. He has about, like, what, 50 years before the zone starts to close? So pressure is definitely on.
Okay. Take it slow here, Voxy. You don't really have much backup to rely on. So see how I think Voxy's gonna buy some time. You see how concealed Voxy is, right? I'm pretty sure he knows he's being hunted. In ZZ's case, they have this whole place scouted. They know for a fact that if they secure this entire area for the time being, they can fish for the teams to come to them and not the other way around. Sadly though, this is not high ground here, Sir Cloud, so they also might want to keep their heads down.
Yeah, it's interesting the fact that we're talking about stage 5 moving to stage 6, but all these, they're not getting themselves into the circle. They're not playing from within. Instead, they still be ready to play in the blue. But we're talking about stage 5. But hey, here we go. ARF is the one that has the high ground advantage. So they're locking out 2 teams.
Oh man. Okay, but they're still complete though. So even with only 1 elimination, that holds them at a very good spot. They can only contest with the likes of ZZ, VOIN, also 21 NFT. Oh, never mind. Boysil already brought to his knees. I gotta be careful here. ARF, they can't be too confident even with a full squad. I can't believe they went for it. They flushed out. They tried to raid.
Oh, yeah, looks like they're taking the aggressive approach now. Game on, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh
Nirvana
my gosh!
bringing it onto the other side, but Pills is knocked down instead. He knocked down. Bandit! Defended his
No!
ground. Won it against ARF.
Why? That is the biggest why I will ever say today. Oh my goodness, Sir Cloud. That's what greed does to people sometimes, man. DEWA United, there we go. Those who keep their pace, they are now in the picture. DEWA United with 5 eliminations, and we've been adieu to another team. I can't believe that ARF did that.
Man, or were they forced into that situation? Because think about it, like to get into the circle, maybe the only way is to win that fight. And they had to do it. If not,
Man.
it's like they don't have anywhere else to go. Because I don't know. I didn't notice that they have a vehicle. Maybe they don't. So that's why it's like just straight up for them.
Yeah, that was make or break, right? The push, though it was questionable, it could have been necessary, right? I'll say that
Yeah.
straight up. But man, I was in awe. It only took seconds for that whole squad to be wiped out. So that must have been a true heartbreaker in terms of points there. Nevertheless, they left they left the lobby, they left this entire game not taking a single one. Sure, with some eliminations maybe, but no, nothing in terms of placement. Now here we go. You did mention it, Sir Cloud, that this circle is super crucial. It's very odd because now these teams have no choice but to come in. They have to push.
Oh,
Oh, Bandit! The last member of HFX. But you know what? This time they didn't go home with nothing. I'll say they have 3 eliminations, Sir Cloud. Really tragic though that Bandit had to go like that.
yeah, but I can feel your excitement because it was a grenade elimination, right? But Foxy, yeah, he's not going to go down without a fight, can he? Ah, that was close. He got 2 knocks.
My goodness, okay. But ZZ too powerful so far, Sir Cloud. Yes, despite these knockdown odds, they're really up there alongside GLU with the number of eliminations. Let's see though. I don't know how Forgotten's gonna try to push for the skies here. They only have 2 members remaining and only 1 elimination, so they might want the big dogs to take a bite out of the meat for now.
Yeah, and speaking about meat, man, I'm hungry right now. But we gotta get down to business before I can eat. Saywood, knockdown. Not having a good time considering that the boy shooting onto them from an off angle from the southern side of the circle. And as of now, VOIN is not only putting pressure onto Z, but getting the circle as well.
Oh man. Okay. Took a little bit of hits there. Key 27. Gotta be careful. Gotta retreat. So this is, I believe, one of the best placements so far by VOIN, wherein they're complete. Right, they would go further than this, but they would already have been damaged, right, Sir Cloud? So I think this is pretty okay. If they get to revive some peeps, they can make it all the way to top 4. Again, this is the first time I've seen them complete and this far.
Oh yeah, I mean, well, we did talk about the potential narrative of Page 2 teams starting to rise up. The power shift happened. Who knows? Teams like VOIN, teams like BTR, teams like DEWA United, this could be their moment.
And this could be your moment as well if you get it. Wow,
Ooh.
what a throw! What a throw on Yule, and there's the finishing touch. Nicely done. DEWA United, however, again, we jinxed it a while ago, complete 4, but now down to 2 with a lot of damage to take. And Nukes over here does have a bit of high ground, making sure that he covers up all the angles. I don't even know if they're aware that he's up there.
Yeah, I mean, even if they do,
What are they gonna do?
An easy angle.
Yeah.
What are they gonna do about it? It's a tough angle. The only peaking point that GLU squad has is through the wall, and you only have a limited amount of vision through that. But for DEWA United, what Speed is doing, he's going up north instead. He's going to avoid this fight. He's going to find an alternative entrance into the circle. And I think that's pretty smart because you don't want to be locked in with GLU squad with behind your back.
Man, I'd say this is a double-edged sword for Nukes over here. If the circle actually closes in on him, because it's really close, then he will have to vacate the spot, and backup is so far away. Or at least his backup, or the next best thing for him is to... You see what I mean? This is not looking good for him. Backup is so far away if he goes down here. He might just even be bait.
Yeah, you're right. I'm still gonna go in for it. I'll see here. Look, it's on the ground. It's gonna shoot.
Ah!
Oh!
Oh, that's what I'm talking about.
And that is just mechanics there.
It's so sad. Now speed. With the sight of his teammate falling. This is very tragic. Oh, meanwhile, Chicken and Y2N over here from ZZ. Falling casualties.
Ooh.
A while ago, ZZ was looking really dominant, but no. It's
Okay.
bad. It's a bad tale for ZZ so far.
Well, that's the end for DEWA United as they move over to VOIN by the edge of the circle, still trying to keep out the last member of ZZ, that is Korn. I don't see an exit point for Korn moment. Look at this. He has to track up to the high ground, number one. Number two, the blue is behind him. Number three, there's a wall separating him and accessing the high ground. I mean, he only has one to the high ground, and that's going to be an easy guard by one.
Oh, Master Cloud, I can smell it. I can already smell it. This could be it for your boys of VOIN. And now there's ZZ. I believe that's the tale. That is the story for ZZ so far. We still have GLU and Forgotten as well as KAGENDRA, one member apiece. So we did say it. They have a tall order here unless they work together, even if it's an unspoken rule, right? If they work together here, they can slowly bring down these two towers in VOIN and Bigatron Ace.
Okay, I'm not gonna say about VOIN yet. You know, I'm still, I'm keeping cool. I'm keeping cool. But they have this. The next mission is to take out Blue Vortex, and because Blue Vortex is the last, and it's gonna be a straightforward elimination for them. Circle-wise, now it did move a little bit away, VOIN, so they still need to move forward, and there's someone in front of them waiting.
Oh boy, GLU, last man standing here. And Gulis. So you see how much he has to sprint away from the action as well. See, all he has is these bits of hills, right? These boulders that separates him. And I'm pretty sure someone has already laid sights on him. Maybe if I'm not wrong, then he's okay. He can go for that infiltration ever so slowly. But we have action here for KAGENDRA, who's gonna emerge on top.
Wait, that came from Maxis from the other side. So
third party
stuff. Have him crit. All right, nice coordination there by VOIN.
Oh man, GLU, look at Gulis using the bush for that cover. Maybe he's gonna play rattlesnake here. Wait for somebody to come his way, strike when the timing's right.
But when will be the right timing? Okay, it's gonna be stage 9. Circle's gonna close entirely. It's kind of 50 now between BTR and VOIN, if you ask me. Both teams, similar sort of situation. They have their own structures. They're like in the same, I would say, proximity of the circle or two. So it could be anyone's game at this moment. I mean, it's really hard to guess.
Yeah, GLU at this point, he's gonna have to play by ear and see if somebody's gonna let their guard down, because I don't think anybody's gonna cross the street at this point. No one from BTR or from VOIN would want to peek or make an engagement, even with a vehicle. I see someone from VOIN actually has a car, so maybe, just maybe, it's a test of patience. So BTR here, we got Muty. I don't know, Sir Cloud. This is too close to call.
Yeah, this is hard. For all you know, that one member of a GLU squad, Julius, could be the one to pull off a chicken dinner just by backstabbing both teams. I mean, these things do happen in PUBG Mobile. So, you never know, right? Now, Julius is making his move, but he's being pressured by the blue at the same time. Now, both teams not put tension onto him at all.
Interesting stuff. This is like an extraction type of situation. Last man standing, and all the smoke that I believe he's already deployed here, that kind of gives him a bit more cover, making him last longer. Oh, but no, Gule is hanging in there, placing third for GLU. Not bad at all, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, I mean, for a low ranger to live that long, third place, it's not bad at all. But now for VOIN, are they able to wrap things up? Okay, looking at the situation, they seem to have that slight advantage with this terrain, a little bit of elevation, and they spread out within whatever that's left of the circle. So they're kind of locking up at this moment, just waiting for BTR to show themselves.
Okay, this time you're right. I don't want to speak in finality just yet. VOIN might still have their hands full here, but never mind. There it is. It's a 3v2. Oh my gosh, last woman standing here for BTR. And it looks like Sir Cloud has stamped his score on the prediction. Congratulations to VOIN.
We game on, Pika. We game on now.
Hey.
VOIN finally breaking my donuts, bringing me that prediction point. And as for VOIN, congratulations to them. Honestly, objectively speaking, they have shown signs. Like every round, they do look like the team that could pull things off. It's just that it wasn't their time yet, and now finally their time has arrived.
Yeah, safe to say it. Of course, without question, there it is. VOIN with a neat amount of eliminations right here. We got what? This is I'd say 12. Yeah, 12 eliminations. So really good stuff. So that's good, not just for the scoreboard, but also for the placement points. Definitely moving up in the charts. So yeah, congratulations, not just to VOIN, but to Sir Cloud as well. Let's go.
Let's go. We game on. We game on now. But for VOIN, okay. If we look at the lineup of VOIN, Maxius has been with VOIN for quite a while. He's one of the more experienced players within this organization. I do notice like there are a couple of new names here, like Lexa, like Key. I believe Starboy is some newer names as well. So looking at this sort of lineup, it's pretty. They're doing not too bad, I must say. But of course, if you want to go for the championship, you have to be really consistent. But considering that today is the first day, we can cut them some slack. If they get into the top 5, they're cool.
Definitely so. And again, they didn't show up this well earlier on, right? Like they did make it far, but with a fairly complete squad as well. That's really a statement, honestly. But here we go. 4 Indonesian teams right here to watch out for MIRAMAR, right? So it just really goes to show representation is not at a shortage here when it comes to Indonesia. Of course, we got VOIN, we have GLU, KZE, and DEWA United. DEWA United came pretty close as well, Sir Cloud.
Oh yeah. Okay, this could be like the next one, the next pick money. I don't know, man. I'm just calling a power shift here, and a narrative I'd like to see to a certain level of power shift because it gives a little bit more excitement to our group stage. So why not, right?
Yeah, you know. And this also is kind of foreseen for me. Like MVP coming from VOIN, Lexa specifically, almost half an hour in, right? With that amazing survivability, it goes without saying, much deserved here for the MVP. But yeah, you know, now it got me thinking. Now that you mentioned it, DEWA United, I kind of feel I know who I'm putting in the next prediction.
Aha. Okay. We'll keep that for later, right? I'm curious now to find out. But checking out the top ones here. So we got Stickley from JLU Squad Esports, Lexa, Warrior, and Gully. So we got 2 members from JLU Squad. And if you notice, right, so this fun but not really fun fact because it's to a certain extent obvious. The jersey JLU Squad, if you notice, like one side is long sleeve, the other side is like short.
Yeah, that's true.
Like name me another esports team or any team at all does that.
Oh yeah, very neat, fashionable touch right there on the side of GLU. So yeah, you got to give props to that. You know the I'd say the creativity, and I like that very gummy color as well. If I'm gonna be very honest, but here we go, VOIN, much deserved, 22 points with 12 eliminations, getting their names in alongside the likes of Team Flash, Pigmy. We got KZE. Beautiful amount of eliminations. That's just really cherry on top of the ice cream right there.
Yeah, and newsflash, ladies and gentlemen, Team Flash 0 points.
Yeah.
I never imagined that we're gonna see that today. You know, I thought that they would like, you know, even hit that double digit, they would get something. but a 0-point round for Team Flash. Not like it's for them; they'll still be on top for sure. But you wouldn't expect like a team that has this momentum to get a 0.
Yeah, not at all. Not at all the Team Flash we saw from prior games, right? So let's see. This is also another commentator's curse that we don't want to have to jinx, is that they might have just held back or they sat the round down, right? But here we go, 240 grenades approximately here. Yeah, that's short for my liking.
Yeah, it's now 300 and above to please Pika.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we did talk about like Team Flash, like they could just skip this round, still be on top. True enough, they're still up there, and in fact, they still have a decent amount of gap.
Big.
And also one of the factors that help them to maintain their gap is below them, all of them got eliminated fairly early.
Yeah, so far I think that VOIN Esports has made the biggest leap here, Sir Cloud, when it comes to the notches that they went up, right? So imagine that, seven notches up. That has got to be a record already, right? But here we go. The sinking of the ship isn't over yet for some of our teams. DBD with 4 slots on page 2, but of course in a very I'd say saddening turn, HFX still unable to break past the 2-digit mark. They were just 1 away, literally 1 elimination from at least getting the 10. But there's one more game that could still change the tides.
Dude, just that 1 point, come on.
Yeah, one.
Just that 1 point. I'm totally rooting for HFX after this. Like, let's not be that only team who ends the day with a single digit. Like, it's sad.
Yeah, we don't want that. Honestly, I'm at this point I'm praying. I'm praying that they power through that one. But yeah, that is our first Miramar and our second to the last match today. I'm so curious who's gonna end the day with a bang. So ladies and gentlemen, Clash of Giants Season 3 will return for our last match of the day. Sir Cloud and Pika, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
We back, ladies and gentlemen, with the final round for today. This is the Clash of Giants Season 3. And my oh my, what an eventful round that was. Especially starting to see the rise of some of the teams on page number 2. And yeah, I'm really excited to see what might come up in the final game after this. My name is Sir Cloud together with Pika. And I'm still curious to find out what is going to be Pika's prediction after this.
Yeah, I did kind of spoil it a little bit, but I still want to stick to those that I know. It's familiarity, right? But I am one to actually admit, Sir Cloud, that these teams have been showing up, right? So one statement that we would say is, honestly, we haven't seen a single team repeat at Chicken Dinner tonight.
Yeah, and that's refreshing to see, right? If you get like one team who dominates the entire lobby, getting 6 chicken dinners a day, it's pretty But if we get to see like, okay, this sort of shift here and there, that's pretty nice. Including like, if you kind of look at like our highest damage dealers, right? Like we have one representative from U Squad, and they are a team that has yet to get the chicken dinner. We have representatives from Boom. They have yet to get the chicken dinner as well, but they are performing in other ways. Who knows? I think this round we're gonna see another new team getting the chicken as well.
Right, you know, GLU. I am looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to that. But again, DEWA United, I didn't mention. They've been showing up with a lot more patience, a lot more strategies than they did earlier. So it goes without saying that my prediction for tonight is Boom Esports.
Wow! Wait
know,
a second. Wait a second. You caught me off guard there. Wait a second. Wait. I thought you were DEWA United. Okay, okay. All right. Just for fun, instead, I will DEWA United.
And that's
Let's
absolutely
put it
fine.
in, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can punch that in. Oh my gosh, like, I had to curveball you there a little bit because Boom, for justification, Boom, they've been doing it really consistently. They never had an early exit tonight, so that's one thing that I've been hanging on to with Boom. Because imagine that the Titans Team Flash, they left with a 0. That's never happened to Boom tonight. So I said to myself, okay, maybe Boom might have a good day. They might end well. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, right? I mean, the stats do favor Boom. In fact, Yummy, who showed up in one of the highest damage dealers in the tournament so far, he's number 1, and undoubtedly is a very strong individual player. His achievements, at least for this year, as far as I can recall, PMPL champions, PMPL Indonesia, SEA Games gold medalist. I mean, this guy has, and he's like, what, 18 or 19 years old. This guy is just making waves in the scene, especially in Indonesia. And if anyone were to be able to carry them, I would give it to Yummy. So I do like your pick as well. Not gonna lie.
Right, with Boom, I keep my faith intact with Boom Esports. Even if they don't get the victory, I'm not gonna regret the fact that they showed up today. You know, but the biggest shock factor, in my opinion, I think, just for today, is really KZE. One of the biggest shock factors I've had, because they, or rather Pigmy alongside KZE. Because Pigmy was just insane for the past how many games, right? From the bottom, and literally just inching their way through eliminations, by the way. They haven't won a single winner chicken dinner, but the way that they racked up all the eliminations, Sir Cloud, they went from page 2 to page 1 just like that.
Yeah, KC is also one of those teams that, you know, we didn't give them too much attention. I mean, we did, but not as much as like some of the others that we mentioned. And they are also going up, like Pigmy at some point as well. So KZE, they could have something in them. So I guess in one of these games we might be DE. Just waiting for the right moment.
Yeah. If also anything, when it comes to the fastest change of pace and fastest change of tempo, honestly, it's really Pigmy. They are my pick. I know they haven't won a chicken dinner just yet, but I'm already a fan. So judging by where we are in Miramar, this is also a very unusual slash. We're looking at the eastern side of the map, but this way it's northbound. So it's safe to assume that some of our teams are gonna start landing in, like, I'd say mines as well. But the circle, though, it's not really something that we haven't seen before. Honestly, Mr. Cloud, this is pretty common. I'd say this part, right? This landing is pretty common.
Yeah, it's a circle, I must say. But now it's up to the teams to see whether they can make good use of this circle. We're going to see round 2 between Playbook Esports and GLU Squad here. And looks like Playbook Esports, this time they have the upper hand with their first elimination.
I like that. So Gerald here, he just has literally 1 reload worth. Right? So he has to make it count. In Y2N here, has his hands on an M416, very early advantage, I would say. So he may be able to do a bit of a flush out and place the cards right, but can't actually sprint in that direction. So DBD, who's this? This is, yeah. Oh my goodness.
Okay, so I guess we're gonna check out DBD soon. But at this moment, looks like it's gonna be Boom and Team Flash again. Round 2. Team Flash this time winning against Boom.
Why do
Oh
you do
man.
this to me? Why is this
Oh
happening?
man.
Oh my gosh. I'm gonna, you know, tomorrow I'm gonna be absolutely loyal to one team. I can guarantee that. So that was Jimmy a while ago that we saw, but he was able to best CXXN.
Yeah, okay, so multiple fights happening elsewhere. DVD against Z, but now the big screen is focused on the Boom and Team Flash. And understandably, these are teams up there. So I'm going to give them a little bit more focus. As Pawnbit now, 40% of health, he should be able to keep, but that's going to be his last first aid. But look at this. GLU squad eliminated PB on the fight.
My God. And this is how quickly the tides turn, right? While in the GLU, looking very dominant. Balls now flat. And now DPD handing it to ZZ as well. Oh, what? Okay, I did not see this coming at all, Sir Cloud. Boom, eliminated with 0. I said it. You know what? I am a huge jinx. I will say that out loud here, ladies and gentlemen. After me commending Boom for not leaving the entire game empty-handed, now does it. Was the very first drop, the very first stage.
Oh man, but it's sweet revenge to Team Flash though. I mean, they won the fight against Boom the previous one, and it was a 0-point round for them because Boom, and now this is sweet revenge because VOIN wants to have a piece of this. Lexa shooting from the corner, caught. Oh man, there's gonna be a night here by Lexa, but he's not able to land that shot completely.
Oh my gosh, I'm still riled up by that Boom Esports exit. I think I really doxed it, man. Like, I really put the hex on Boom by saying all those praises. Never ever. It can be all positive, can it be, Sir Cloud? there has to be a negative. Batteries run on positive and negatives.
Yeah, I mean it's life, right? Like sometimes you're on top and sometimes you drop a little, so that's just part of life. But for ARF, looks like they have to face that part of the life as well as they lose each other. Used to be a member of Boom, by the way, and eliminated early again.
Wow, one boy with an unfortunate vehicular accident there, sadly. I think he got knocked. But that looked like a vehicular drop, honestly. So, and PBE again, we saw them rise earlier, but hardly able to get that ascension once again here. Sir Cloud, I don't know. Maybe it's just not the day.
Yeah, you know, sometimes we have like the player interviews. I really want to know what's going through their minds. Hopefully we'll be able to set that up at some point. But now we have VOIN taking out the member of Team Flash. Kwang eliminated just like that. But you know what? I think that even if Team Flash goes out early again, they still be at number 1.
Yeah, I mean, like 30 points roughly. That's a big pill to try to swallow for other teams, right? They gotta make sure that for the next games they have to win. They have to win chicken dinners and eliminate as well to even remotely catch up to Team Flash, right? In this case, it's VOIN who's next to them alongside Boom. So the pressure's on them too. I'd say they also have to show up. They have to be victorious, by the way, because we know. Yeah, see, look at this. Even with Flash losing 2, they already have 4 eliminations alongside ZZ.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
PPE, by the way. Sorry to interrupt, but yeah, even PPE.
oh yeah, true. Because they eliminated Boom earlier, so that's where the 4 points came from. For PBE, okay, how are they doing right now? Okay, 4 points, 2 players left. It feels like PBE and Team Flash, they're like kind of connected in MIRAMAR. So if you kind of remember, like if you remember previously, like it was exactly the same situation, a 2v4, and they lost. Now it's also 2 players left. Like I don't know, like they're on like opposite sides of the map, but they just somehow connect. It just so happened.
Yeah, now I'm actually directing my attention to HFX, right? Because we've been trying to boost them up a little bit. I've been trying to see how they're doing because since game number 3, I've always kind of glimpsed at the charts with how they're gonna be. A while ago, they did pretty okay, not gonna lie. But right now, again, it's a bit of pressure, untold pressure on their side because they are yet to enter 2 digits. we don't want that, honestly, and I know they don't want that either, Sir Cloud. It's a bit of a letdown if they leave day one with only a single digit to boost.
Yeah, I know, right? If you have a couple of teams down there with a single digit at the end of the day, then you'll be like, okay, at least I have someone at me. But if you're like the only team with a single digit, it's quite disheartening. So I do hope that HFX at least double digit, and it's only 1 point away. I'm pretty sure they can do that.
Yeah, a bit of patience, I'd say, and they're still complete, right? So it's safe to assume they're gonna play this one really slow. Alongside these teams, we have Kagendra. There's still four. There's still complete KZE as well. We have VOIN, right? Forgotten still there, and my newfound love in Pigmy. By the way, there's also still very complete alongside DEWA United, Bigatron Ace, 21 NFT. All these guys still pretty complete. And RRQ, I remember that in season two, RRQ got me 2 caster prediction wins. So they'll always
Ah,
hold a place to my place in my heart here, Sir Cloud.
yeah. Honestly, I do like RQ, and they still maintain the same lineup as the last time I saw them as well. Like people like Nosi, people like Hexas. I think they're amazing players. But yeah, I have no clue what's happening to them in this today. Honestly, to me, is an unusual spot to be down there.
Speaking of eliminations and performance, right here we have Corn and Chicken Hide with 12 frags, and successively we have Yummy, Quan, and Stickly from different teams as well. So I like this. We have two members of the top 5 fraggers here coming from Team Flash. So that says a lot, right, Sir Cloud? So yeah, and it could still change too.
But you know what I liked the most about the graphic earlier? You had corn, chicken, and yummy in the same sequence.
Yeah, not to
Yeah.
mention, not to mention you close that out with Stickly, right? And that Stickly meal over there, folks. But yeah, kidding aside here, all of our teams right now, this is their last chance for today to at least get a chunk of points before we move on to the remaining days of our preliminaries. So here we go, and this is only stage 2. So you can really tell, Sir Cloud, that the pace has really gone a lot slower for our players, right? They don't want to overextend. They don't want to go all across the map with guns blazing without thinking. So I don't know, and anything goes here. I bet.
Yeah, I guess it's like some of the teams are trying to be like that. You know, we gotta focus. We gotta be serious about our games. And that's why they're starting to be a little bit more calculative of their moves. But speaking about calculative, so Kagendra did it well to get that one elimination, but that also opened the team that was on top of them, KZE, will now ones to have the high ground against Kagendra.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, here we go. Okay, one more team we didn't really pay much attention to as soon as the drop happened is 21 NFT. Yeah, I'd say they're pretty much the middle ground here. Like this team, Sir Cloud, is good, not great, honestly, so far, at least for day one. They've been showing us some moments every now and then, just like that. That would have really dazed Linux over here. But yeah, I guess for good reason. Just trying to sprint out of the blue zone right there, trying to regroup his team. Again, I'll get back to my point. 21 NFT, they're not dominant, but they're not weak either.
Yeah, they're actually pretty decent. You kind of think about it, but okay, I can't say that it's not reflected in the points because it's like just day one. The again, the objective is to get into the top 5, right? And the
Yeah.
point to be at least at number 5 at this moment is not far, especially for a team like 21 NFT. So okay, if we look at number 5 now is Kagendra. They are 37 points. So it's only 17 points, and with including this round, 13 rounds to go, yeah, it's doable.
Yeah, I believe so too. Just a bit of faith. Okay, so there another vehicular encounter. However. So yeah, there's the second by God Tuni from Infinity. Yeah, these are also players that kind of shocked the game, right? Infinity.
Here we go, the Infinity fighting back. getting that knock onto Pilzy. ARF now might lose one player, but he's being held hostage at this moment as they focus on to reviving their own teammate first. And that's the normal strategy to kind of put a little bit more pressure onto the members of ARF to kind of see that if they want to save their teammate or not. But it looks like Pilzy let out and he's out of the game.
Okay, so now it's up to Chicken and White right here. Falcon wants whatever they can for the team, but no, Chicken with a bit of retaliation on Logan. I think they're still okay, you know. Maybe just rack up some more eliminations here for ZZ, and I think they're good to go. VOIN and I'd say Team Flash, just a few matches ahead. I'd say ZZ is a very close third place so far. Like even after this whole thing boils down, I think ZZ is still in a good spot.
Yeah, ZZ 40 points. But you gotta think about it. I don't know. Okay, but with Boom out, ARF only one player left. Yeah, ZZ will definitely still be in the top 5. So not to worry about in this round, considering that the other competitions are out. For Team Flash, they have to come up big if they want to do so. They want to have the price of finishing first with the end of this round, because Team Flash right now only has player left. So as long as VOIN can stay focused, they can get the points. It's kind of doable.
Yeah. Another thing I'd like to point out is that for the since their ascension earlier, Pigma has not recorded a single elimination just yet. So this is really strange behavior, I'd say, for Pigma, because around stage 3 they would have already had at least like 4 or 5. So maybe this time they're gonna go for placement. I think they know where they're standing. I think that maybe they want to place a little higher. Maybe get into top 8. I don't know. There's still no eliminations there, Sir Cloud.
And I guess that also comes with the experience throughout the day, right? Like, it's starting pattern, like how other teams play. I'm sure that coaches would have done day-by-play homework and given the brief every round, like, okay, do this, guys, do this. And we're starting to see like teams going in for more placements instead as we're halfway throughout this round. So that's why we can see that now we're stage 4, but we still got 4 teams. But now we're putting our focus on one NFT and see that we mentioned about them having that potential, and Ramones is going to start it off with a knockdown.
Nice. Beautiful work. Okay. Just have to reload a little bit there and maybe wait for backup. Because they're looking, they don't want to let go of this lead. Now there we go. DB out of game on number 6, and that is their last chance for the day to have scored some points. That's not bad as well, going home with 4, but you're gonna have to sleep it out, wait for tomorrow. It's gonna be another day. In this case, however, we have VOIN, Starflight, already a tombstone, so it is up to the remaining. Give him vengeance, you know, get a bit of HFX. There we go. They're finally in the 2-digit mark here. They're in!
Oh, yeah!
They got it!
Okay, what was the HFX after this? Okay, I'm cool, alright?
I'm okay.
They got the 2-digit mark. Okay. If they can score big, that's great for them, but I'm okay. At least they're in the 2-digit mark. Speaking about their chances of scoring big, it's a little bit hard. They caught on the outside at least one member that's the same. And look at the minimap. He's surrounded. Like, I don't know how he's going to get out of this.
Oh, yeah, you're right. And what a standoff right here we're seeing from HFX and VOIN, right? Lexa does have, I believe, one bit of backup to work with. Oh, never mind. The 27 is already out of there too. Lexa now has to rely on Amaxius with this encounter against HFX. So maybe this is their shining light. There it is. There's a knockdown on Maxius. So yeah, and there, Tombstone, another frag. Just like that, an elimination. And HFX, they're not settling for just one here.
They already got a 3. Okay, let's go, HFX. For all you know, they could be the next rising star. I mean, anything can happen. We're talking about 18 teams here. So, yeah, I'm not, it could swing anywhere at any point of time. Look at the top 3 teams. All of them eliminated fairly early.
Right.
Power question mark.
Yep. It's a blink and you miss it moment, right? So There it is. Okay, let's pass on the torch to another team here. However, we still have the likes of Bigatron Ace, which is one of the teams that I honestly really rooted for, coming off of their previous tournament momentum. So I'm still a fan. I'm still there, but they have their hands full here with the likes of what, Kagendra, Pigmai already getting one elimination on board. We have RRQ as well. So let's see, still anybody's game here. And as I mentioned earlier, Sir Cloud, the pace is so different from our previous games.
Oh yeah, it's starting to slow down. The fact that teams are starting to take their points a little bit more seriously. But who knows? Who knows? Maybe it's the map. Maybe I don't know because it's a map. Teams are a little bit more spread out, or they're more careful because it's a tricky map to play. I guess we'll get a better idea when we start the day tomorrow with SANHOK.
Right, and at stage 5 with 9 teams, I'd say this really is a slow burn. A while ago, we've already trimmed down so many teams around this point, the same stage. But yeah, point taken. There's Sir Cloud that it could be just Miramar. It could be the agony that they suffer trying to survive. No HFX, by the way, no casualties here yet, Sir Cloud. I like it. I like what I'm seeing.
Only that, 3 eliminations, and looking at the minimap, they're on the southern side. They have pretty much Michael, and okay, there's only one team beside them, so all they need to do is just focus the left where there's that one team. It's pretty good. Anything else is the point.
Okay, now we're back on the grind when it comes to Pigmai. I believe they're also starting to draw more blood moving into this. No casualties just yet, but there's Jazz putting the final nails on BTR. So down to the last couple players, I'd say one already knocked. So and 21 NFT also starting to feel the effect of this final game.
Oh, here we go. Pigmai racking up some points as well. 4 eliminations so far for Pigmai. And not gonna let that top 5 go just yet. As for Q, pretty much a okay entry for them from the north coming in. I don't see that many teams challenging them, so all they need to do is just focus on
Okay, looks like a solid Labendita circle here, Sir Cloud. So let's see who's gonna encounter which. Let's see who comes fourth. But so far, 21 NFT and Pigmai just going on the duel. And you see how there's Nay as well. Off of the distance, off of the distance, just seeing how the two teams are gonna tee off. This is what this looks like a very convincing 3v2 so far on the side of the BTR. Never mind, just that's a 3v1 and 3v2 when it comes to Pigmai. Oh, never mind, they're still complete, by the way. They're still complete, but this encounter right here, it looks really tricky for 21 NFT.
It is, and the fact that 2 nades lobbed onto 21 NFT, being by Pigmai, taking 2 of them out. I'm 21 NFT. Now that they know that Pigmai is in front of them, okay, the good news for 20 is that they managed to get themselves into the circle, so they could still hold on for at least one more stage. The next stage is going to be hard, and it's going to be even harder the fact that RRQ high ground, and look at this, Asa. Long range, high ground, knocking down one member of Pigmai.
Okay, so there it is. There's the damage done to Pigmai. Let's see how they're gonna bounce back from this, because a lot of teams are slowly making their way inside the circle right now. It's one of those days. It's one of those games where these players, they didn't want to be too hasty going into the safe zone. They want others to slowly eliminate the opposition. Just like that. Oh, look at this! We had to say it. HFX now, Sir Cloud, with a dominating performance, currently getting 5, and Infinity has to say goodbye for this one. Thank you, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
Okay, let's not overly do it. Okay, the last time we did that, the team gets eliminated. So yeah, let's hold our horses. All right,
Okay,
I know we're excited. Yeah.
Big smile on my face too.
Yeah, okay, but I mean, so far so good for Max. Okay, I'm just gonna leave it as that for now. Okay, but overall, I really like to see like the on page number 2 really putting up a challenge because I don't want it to be like, oh, by the third day, we already know who our top 5 is and no one else could challenge them. I see more teams being able to challenge for the top 5.
Like that, yeah. Me too. The contesting of top spot, right? That's always an adventure. It's always nice to see and feel the thrill of that grind for our players. And this is only prelims, right? Not even the finals yet, not even the playoffs. So these players, they, as much as we'd like to say they don't want to go sweaty on this one, I feel that they should because they want to be up there. They want to get to a good spot. Speaking of good spots, look at where RRQ is. With all these vehicles, they're probably going to start getting the high ground with enough cover as well from their cars. Let's see if RRQ is going to play aggressive here, or are they going to let the teams come to them?
Okay, pick by. Now, they're still not done yet, though. They're still kind of busy with that's approaching them on the right. But we move over to RRQ, a team that we love. Like, they have a special spot in your heart, like what you mentioned. So, hopefully they'll be able to do well this round, because to me, it's also unusual to see unusual to see RRQ, like, down there.
Yeah, the defensive as well, but with 5 frags to their name so far, not looking very bad, but they do have to get ahead of the curve here for Pigmine, because if Pigmine pulls through and makes it to top 4, it's safe to assume that their points are gonna stagger again. It's gonna go really, really high, but RRQ will be left in the dust. So I don't know, Sir Cloud. There needs to be a bit of a hasty push here for some of our teams, especially Kagendra.
Right. Speaking of Kagendra, looks like they're getting a lock onto Mineral from HFX. So HFX, but because it's not for elimination, it could be just a long-range knock. So if it is, then HFX could cover their teammate. But for RRQ, they're making their move right now. Baba Yo, look at this. He's been staying quiet all this while there.
Okay, just putting up a tent is Babayo. Just gotta stay there for a while.
Oh, really?
But no, somebody sees him already.
Oh,
Oh no! Oh, a long overdue stay there. But good try from Babayo.
Good try, good try. I mean, he was last member, so you can't really fault him for doing that. Right? He was just trying his best to survive as long as possible. But yep, 7th place finish, I believe, and I guess it's okay.
Yeah, good amount of points, I'd say. So, yeah, tail of the tape. Here we have 6 more teams, 16 players. Wow, we got a tall order in our hands here, folks. We're already at stage 7, so I know that this is going to slow down once again, but as soon as La Bendita dictates where this final circle is going to be, all heck is going to break loose, I'm telling you already, Sir Clark. In this case, 21 NFT, we have Boysil and Flippy heavily surrounded by Pigmine.
Yeah, Pigmine not gonna let them go, and if you look at Pigmine has that huge advantage to just lock them out. So I don't know what 20 NFT is gonna do right now. They don't have a vehicle to at least try to circle around or to try to route. Because if you run, number 1, you're slow. Number 2, you're super so the only way for 21 NFT right now is to try to somehow glide in, like do what Boyce is doing right now, and maybe try to catch a Pigmine off guard.
Yeah, also kind of unlikely, I'd say. I mean, not to be a pessimist, but it's really tough. Not to mention, over the horizon is RRQ, so any sign of movement, RRQ can just pick off the pieces of any player and will get up, or just make the big mistake of exposing themselves. Here we go. HFX slowly getting the bad end of the stick here. Members falling left and right, but this is probably our main event, Sir Cloud. We have Pigmine and 21 NFT.
Oh! Okay, speaking of 21 NFT, Boysil from the side, catching them off guard, almost getting a second one from Boysil. As much as we would have liked this heroics from him, unfortunately, no place for heroes here.
Oh, great showing there from 21 NFT. Gotta love it. But now, it is our top 4. All heavy hitters. The furthest probably that Pigmine has gotten to with this amount of frags as well. So look at this. Pigmine with 9 eliminations, ready to contest the rest of this top 3. A while ago it was just top 4, and that's all she wrote for Mineral, brought to his knees by Hexaz. But you know what? HFX. They
Man.
absolutely heard us.
Dude, I'm excited for HFX. I know it's tough looking at the circle. They don't have it. They have 2 casualties, but deep down inside, I'm kind of rooting for HFX at this moment. Not gonna lie. But for Big My, I mean, we did talk about their rise, and it looks like this could be their round.
Could be. It really is. I mean, I don't want to speak as if it's really the end for Big My or for RRQ or whatnot. But HFX right now, even if they don't get this third place guaranteed spot, already a very big deal for them. Now it is up to HFX here to make the most calculated plan with 2 players remaining. So here we go, Crusher. I think he's exposed for his location as well as Mineral. But it's only a matter of time here before the rest of the teams are gonna eventually put an end to their misery.
Yeah, unless, I was just trying to be positive, but then Nate Lannisher, so they kind of crushed my hopes and dreams of seeing HFX in Chicken Dinner. But it's okay, it's okay. I mean, we're definitely going to see a new team getting chicken now that it's only my RRQ and HFX. And RRQ, they not only the circle, but look at the spread that they have. So they're covering different angles now, but same Big Mine.
It's basically a cross formation for RRQ right here, taking out all the vantage points, probably all the corners that they could. But this disperse, I think it's the nades that Big My has been throwing in the direction that causes them to actually separate. A while ago they were kind of near, but here we go, still alive and breathing. HFX, my goodness. This duo right here that we have, but no mercy. Right on the sternum of Mineral. Crazy stuff, but look at that. Retaliation from Crusher against Kogil.
Oh, but 10 is going to come in for the other side, and they're going to make it. HFX. No fairy tale story for them. It's now going to be between RRQ and My. But because HFX leaves off another one member of RRQ, Big My is going to take advantage. Hexas is behind the vehicle. Billboard has it on side. And Hexas trying to no avail. He's not able to do so. Last man standing. And it's going to be the Rising Stars. Big My to come in with the chicken dinner for today.
13 eliminations plus the top spot. Big My from the bottom, ladies and gentlemen, punching up to the top of the charts. I'd say yes, it's still a bit of a climb to go up against the top dogs, but we can call Big My right here as wild boars in the field. I'm telling you straight up, these guys are killers. These guys are killers.
Absolutely. Okay, so it's like what, 14 eliminations, not the highest that we've seen so far, but it's definitely there. 14 eliminations with a chicken dinner that brings us 24 whooping points. Definitely they're in the top 5 for sure.
Man, I never thought I'd see a change of tone this fast on day number 1, Sir Cloud. Amazing. And of course we have Jazz leading the troop right here with 4 eliminations. But look at this, almost even distribution of responsibilities and points from these players, as well as their healing equivalents. I'd say everybody did their job today.
Yeah, and all survived to the end, so they didn't give any point to anyone else.
Yes.
This is a perfect round for Big My, right? With that kind of stat. And looking over at the stats here, the throwables they use the most. So I guess you're a happy man looking at the stat.
Absolutely, man. Like, look at that. Like, not far behind. Of course, we have RRQ, but I don't know, man. It's a very Big My game. I'll say that straight up. The last match we have for today was all Big My, not falling victim to any other team. I'm very happy to say that I'm a huge fan.
Yeah, Big My right now. Okay, but it's still day 1. Okay, they have to keep up the momentum. You can't do this only on day 1 and tomorrow you forget about everything. You get overconfident. You slide down. So you got to keep it up there. And like what you mentioned, Jazz, what performance for Big My, he's up there compared with Kogil, aka Macro, which is his actual IGN, one of the top fraggers for RRQ. About RRQ, it's not Kogil or on Peko coming in as the MVP. It's going to be Hexas instead with almost 1,000 damage on the board, only 4 shy away.
And 3 eliminations, right? Not really a staggering amount, but it's, I think, the survival time and the damage, they really account for why he is MVP so far. Again, this is the faith I have in RRQ, Sir Cloud. They've never disappointed, not gonna lie. So, and just like that, with top performers, 2 of them are from RRQ. So, safe to say that I'm still there. I'm still a supporter, but of course, the underdog slash the ascending god so far. We have Jazz and Tenny both from Pigmy.
Yeah, it's nice to see like a shift here, right? Like RRQ, they were down there, and this round they did. Pigmy, Rising Stars, doing well towards the end as well. Still don't see like Team Flash dropping out of the top 5 just because of how they performed overall in day 1, but it just wakes up the other teams like Team Flash, like teams like Boom, teams like ZZ to say that, hey, you guys can't be comfortable. Other teams are starting to rise up. If you slack off, teams like I or I don't know, maybe RRQ in the long run might overtake them.
Yeah, that's also the hazards of being in the prelims, right? You can't just treat it as if you'll be top dog all the time. You have to also guard that spot. You have to start raking in points, because despite the fact that you may have quite a bit of a lead, I don't know, some of these teams, it just takes one push, and that's all there is. And Pigmy justified that straight up. But yep, of course, to no surprise, we're gonna have less grenades thrown for this game. But I'm pretty much okay with that. It was a fun way to end it.
Yeah, it was a slower pace game as compared to like some of the earlier games, but I guess that's kind of natural considering that this is the largest map in the world of PUBG Mobile, so that has to happen, right? But it's also there's some I would say switched up wins of skirmishes, especially between Team Flash and Boom and GLU Squad and PE. At least they traded like 1 round each, I must say. So it's still 50-50 between the two.
And it's a true story, honestly. A true story of grit. I'd say that Pigmy did. It's amazing. It's really, really amazing that they did that. So here we go. For the day, I believe it's Yummy, who totaled up to 11 eliminations. For absolutely a much-deserved MVP award. Look at that. 3,000 damage, Sir Cloud. Who does that? Like, at least for day 1.
Only Yummy is able to pull that off. I mean, this guy, I've been a big fan of Yummy ever since he made his debut. And a fun fact, so Yummy, before he came in onto Boom, he was actually playing with Tier 3 team. So Boom scouted him and took straight up to Tier 1, and this guy hasn't been turning back. Medal at SEA Games, already won the PMPL Indonesia. We all know like how tough the competition is inside, and for them to be able to win it, I mean, this is a statement. And this guy is still around, though with some roster changes in the lineup.
And the sole representative of Road to MVP so far, guys. Here we have Yummy. So we also have VOINs, Starby, and Alexa representing their respective teams, as well as Team Flash's Quan and Corn T. So rest assured, guys, that these players right here, they are going to be more visible in the coming days. They don't want to lose this spot. And speaking of not losing their spot, the fraggers here. Oh my gosh, Billbot, 14 finishes. It means that this is another John Wick in the making.
But it's the finish is that far, and if we kind of look at the numbers, right? Like, he had the lowest amount of damage. Yes, he does the job. Like, he secures the elimination points. But this just tells the story of like he finisher. Like maybe he's not the starter. He's not the one that dish out the damage. Like maybe his other teammates do, and then he's like pulled the last trigger, and he secures the point for the team. And objectively, that's okay because that's how you get the points in, right? But it just shows that he has a different playstyle as compared to the other contenders in the chart.
And look at this. In no shocking fashion at all, Pigma Esports closing the gap just 15 away from Team Flash. That's the closest we've ever been since Team Flash became top dog so far. Oh my goodness.
Where did these guys come from? They were at number 10 at some point. They were like what one of the teams with a single digit, one of the 3 teams I remember with a single digit, and now they're up there, not only challenging for 5, but they are also putting pressure on the Team Flash to tell them that, you know what, if you slack off, we're gonna get that throne.
Yeah, and that they did. Only 1 spot behind though, 1 point literally, is VOIN Esports with 49. Now here it is. I am absolutely ecstatic seeing how from the bottom we have HFX bumping up 11 points from where they were earlier, Sir Cloud. So this leaves Infinity with 16 points, but this is also a good side for us to see. No one is leaving day 1 with a single digiter.
And pretty much Indonesian dominance, if we kind of look at this, right? The only 2 non-Indonesian teams above the other Indonesian teams is only ZZ and Team Flag. DVD, PBE, and D Infinity drop down to the bottom 3. So yeah, it just shows that, you know, I mean, one is of course they do have us coming into this group, but number 2, they are still pushing out other nations. So it just shows that Indonesia in the world of PUBG Mobile, they are known to be one of the top dogs around. But it is just day 1 with 2 more days to go. The points, I would say it is still realistic, even for Infinity, to catch up to the top 5 spots, assuming they do well on day 2 onwards, of course.
I'd say this early on, no one's safe. Everyone can still be taken out of their positions, you know. Team Flash, VOIN, ZZ, everyone's a target. I like this. I like the complexion that we're looking at here for all these teams. Now, what an amazing first day. I'm pretty sure that tomorrow we're going to have a change of maps, especially sequences. So that could also be a factor, Sir Cloud, why some of these teams showed up the way they did. And we are yet to see a double, maybe even a triple chicken dinner for many of our teams.
Yeah, I mean, far today we have not seen a back-to-back chicken dinner or a team with a chicken dinner. So maybe tomorrow will be the day we'll start to see the first team to get 2 chicken dinners in this stage. That is a possibility. But for me personally, since we have like 18 games in total, if every single team can get their own chicken dinner, that'll be great.
Yeah, and they don't even have to repeat it as well for the same day, right? Like, what if tomorrow it's a completely different roster? Like, 6 more teams of difference, right? I love that. So thank you guys so much. That is all we have for today. That is a wrap up, and this is only day 1 for Clash of Giants Season 3. So thank you, of course, to everyone who's made this possible. First and foremost, to Ruthless Esports. Thank you for that, Sir Cloud. Anybody else?
Yeah, thank you to TikTok Live, because this show is also powered by TikTok Live, and also thank you to our media partner Level Up as well. Thank you so much for being with us together with for being with us in the show, and of course thank you to Pika for casting with me today. We'll be back tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. So we're not over yet. We still have games to play. So you guys out there, same time, same channel. Make sure mark your calendar so you don't miss out on the action. My name's Sir Cloud together with Pika. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.